Mic check, mic check. We are with the late night stream tonight. For those who don't know, every Thursday and Sunday will be the later night, just so therefore I can get things done during the day and kind of get like a little bit of a break, since I am trying to stream consistently on a daily basis. So Thursday and Sunday is kind of my somewhat chill day during kind of thing. But welcome, y'all. We are actually back to the Rogue. Actually, I got a pretty sizable audience at this time frame. I'm actually quite surprised. Anyhow, appreciate y'all. But we are back to the Rogue today, so we will be roguing for, well, today. We're mostly going to just kind of farm sigils, I guess, or sigil powder for the most part. Kind of preparing for the abattoir here. I kind of made sure. Hey, Carlos from YouTube, what's going on, man? How's it hanging? So we're gonna Durio stream. Yeah, we can do some Durio runs at some point for sure. I could still use Doombringer since I don't really have it. Rogue Master, Roguer. Actually, no, it's just gonna be the Rogue. But let me go ahead and pull my Tibalts and Shaco off my sorcerer. Also the amulet as well, since this amulet is pretty universally sick right here. Kind of like it a lot. The damage reduction is a little on the low side, but still pretty nice. So we're gonna pull that off real quick. So let's see. Do that here. Machine, what's happening? Oh, Machine, let me ask you something while you're here. And this can go for anybody who's here too as well. For those who might have been following. Oh yeah, I don't have the helm on the dude. I was like, why does he look like that? And I'm like, oh yeah. He's missing the helm. So this is like about a week old or whatever like that, but what do you think of Draymond's putting Gobert in the headlock? Or the whole situation. Like, I don't want to just say just the headlock part, because obviously it's more than just that. But oof, that damage reduction is so good here, though. I think it's so good for Draymond. I was reading headlock was a direct reaction to what he thought was doing to Clay. Right? Scoopy YT, what's happening, man? Thanks for the raid again last night. Yeah, absolutely, man. No problem. Hope my audience was pretty nice. There was one dude that was, slightly trolling, but I think was brand new to my stream as well. So hope he didn't give you too much troubles. I kind of saw a little bit before I dipped out, and I was gonna say something, but I was like, I wonder where this is going, and then I just kind of just left it alone. Yeah, we're gonna rogue a bit. I think I might just kind of stick with Flurry for a little while, and then I'll kind of respec for rapid fire, because I do want to do some Duriel stuff. Riptide, when would you like to do Duriel things? You know who I'm talking about? Yeah, because he came in my stream towards the end of my stream and was like saying the same things, and I was like, oh, okay, you're one of those. But your response to it was great, though. It was great. I was like, that's how you do it. That's absolutely how you do it. I hate Draymond, to be honest. I thought it was funny how Gobert said Dre always gets ejected when Steph doesn't play. It's kind of like not untrue though. That is kind of true. Jimmy, what's going on? So here's my take on that, on the Draymond thing. Like, Draymond's, he's got that dog in him, right? He has kind of like that older NBA, like, type, aggressiveness and things, and he's very unapologetic about it. And today's league, that is looked at as bad, kind of like, these antics are not good for the league. But I mean, everybody, the people who haven't been watching like older NBA, clips or games or like that, have no idea what, the bad boy Detroit Pistons were like back in the day towards Michael Jordan. And, just like, and then you had like Charles Oakley and then like his antics or whatever like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that like there should be better sportsmen, that there shouldn't be better sportsmen like stuff, but I think we need to stop pretending as if Draymond is like, a problem in today's league when it was like that for the longest in the NBA. He's just kind of like that leftover batch of what the NBA used to be like with the way that he approaches things. Now, do I think that some antics are questionable? Absolutely. But I also think this whole situation with Gobert and, Draymond, like, Draymond's reaction to that was honestly exactly what I would do. Because if you're sitting there and you're touching my teammate, and I see your arms touching the neck of my teammates, whether or not you were trying to break it up or not, like, I'm coming after you, and I'm going to be unapologetic about it. Because here's a problem. If Draymond did not do that, let's just say that if Draymond did not do that, he's going to have problems in the locker room, because he's going to be like, oh, bro, you're going to just let, Gobert do do whatever he's doing. The kind of person that he is, like, you're going to have issues in the locker room if you don't stick up to your teammates. I would rather have issues with the opposing teams than having issues in my locker room. So I would absolutely, take one for my teammates. I'm going to defend my teammates. Now, Clay wasn't wrong for starting the whole thing. Now, it escalated past what Clay's little minor like annoyance that he did. It shouldn't even been that far, but Clay actually did instigate it. So Clay is kind of responsible for the start of the whole thing. But at the same time, you rip, already his jersey was already ripped. Then you had Gobert with this, touching my teammate with already a bad reputation as it is. Heck yeah, I'm gonna come after you. And the fact that Dre was unapologetic about it, like he was interviewed, was it yesterday or something like that? And he was just saying, yeah, I don't regret anything. And I'm like, I agree. Take your suspension. It is what it is. And regret nothing. Because he said, I would totally do it again. And like, yeah, don't touch my teammate. If you're trying to break up a fight, grab your teammate, not mine. Especially knowing the kind of person that you are. No, you do not. Do not touch my teammate. That's all it is. So that's my take on it. But these days are nothing. Yeah, bro. Yeah, people forget how gruesome the NBA used to be. If people have only been watching since the start of it, then it's kind of like, or watching like the last 10 years in the NBA or something like that, then you wouldn't know, right? Stuff like that would be like, I can't believe he did that, and it's like, do what? It looks normal to me. Project Genesis, what's going on? Thinking about making a rapid fire build for the Rogue. Any pros, cons on it? Victimize as a passive is kind of meh. But Rapid Fire's damage is so high that it actually makes the passive works out and does pretty well with clearing. The only con I would say with playing like that is that when it comes to Abattoir of Zir, we don't know if Victimize is going to be fixed, because there are some like not so great bugs, I guess you could say, surrounding Victimize. So if they fix the bugs with Victimize or make it a little bit better before, during the Abattoir of Zir release, then I think that's a fine setup to take into Abattoir of Zir. Otherwise, I will have in a different Abattoir of Zir setup that will use close quarters combat versus Victimize for rapid fire. So build it. It's gonna be fun. It wrecks everything. But just keep a close eye on that guide as I continue to update it for, future stuff. Why did he hold the choke until, people told him to stop? Well, that's the part that, like, again, like, that can be looked at as almost like a personal, vendetta versus, like, Rudy. But he didn't, like, Rudy wasn't hurt. He didn't injure him. I mean, Dre's a pretty strong dude. If he wanted to actually hurt Gobert, he could have. Like, he could have literally, like, put him out. Like, Gobert was fine. I think we need to look at the after effect, right? Not if Gobert was like sleep where he was coughing or he kind of like got up and he couldn't breathe and whatnot. Now you want to kind of look at that to be more whatever. But I mean, what it looked like is that like he just kept dragging him away from Clay for a bit, and it looked more serious to injury than it actually what it was. So it looked bad. Don't get me wrong. It absolutely looked bad the way that he dragged him. But when we look at the after effects, right? Was he hurt? Was Gobert hurt? Was he out for like a couple of games? Did he had to go to like, see medical attention? Like, no, not really. So Draymond purposely did not injure him. When he could have literally put him to sleep. With the way he had the chokehold, he could have easily put him to sleep. Some of the NBA, yeah. The fact that he didn't do that, you could put him away every same player. The thing about it is that, was he hurt? I'm not saying it didn't look bad, but if he didn't injure Gobert, then what's the issue? It doesn't matter if he drug him 5 feet. It doesn't matter if he drug him 25, meters. Doesn't matter if he drug him 2 feet. The end of the result is, did he hurt Gobert? Right? So, like, he didn't hurt Gobert. Now, if he hurt Gobert, this would be a whole different, like, topic. Like, if Gobert passed out on the ground and with that, now we're saying, okay, bro, that's a bit much. But like, literally, Gobert just got up and walked off as if nothing happened, which indicates that Draymond was not trying to actually hurt him, regardless of what it actually looked like. He was mad. Don't get me wrong. Draymond was mad, and it looked bad. It looked bad. But as a fighter, as someone who grew up doing martial arts, easily he could have choked the crap out of him, and he didn't do it. I think that's what you have to look at. People get you to the every game can't have challenge, but again, like, did he choke him though? He had him in a headlock, but did he choke him? If he was choked, Gobert would have coughed. He would have coughed. He would have been like medical, list of like that. Chokehold is when you're getting choked. He had him in a headlock, which looks bad. I'm not denying it don't look bad. It absolutely looks bad. Of course it does. But it's like, if you got up with no injuries, are we gonna be like, I can't believe you held him around his neck and dragged him 5 feet but didn't hurt him? I mean, we can't be that soft about it. But a suspension, yes. I agree with the suspension. Maybe not 5 games, but for, you know. But if I was Draymond, I absolutely would do it again to defend my teammate, period. I will take my suspension and be like, screw it. All right, no problem. Anyhow, let me answer some rogue questions. I'm sorry. AoZ, Poison, Rogue, Shaco, or Andy? Shaco, for sure. I haven't played this in a while. I have to kind of get used to the thing, to the buttons. Spaghetti arm trope, yeah. Whoops. LeBron is the goat of flop. LeBron doesn't even make it look real either. He's he doesn't even attempt to make it look like, you know, believable. I kind of forgot how like the squishy rogues feel compared to like the wizard. Let the shapeshifters bring you down. Luca also flops a lot. It's kind of a normal thing. I think it's just it's a. I hate that it's like that. But I understand the competitive side of it. I was rocking Ball Lightning, but loving Bill. Easy fun. Not sure how to play the in-game Bill. I have Tyrasha, Flicker, Step, and Raymond. I would just follow the Maxroll guy completely, especially since it's North War who wrote it. Definitely can't go wrong there. Am I missing something? No, I don't think so. I think I'm missing something. But yeah, I mean, you see it in, you know, soccer. You see it in like the whole like, you know, the way that Harding used to play the game. I say used to because they're not calling those calls anymore. But yeah, it was bad. That's actually you know what, like that's actually like it's an interesting point, and I don't want to go too far into it, but like that's actually kind of why I wow, wait. Oh, those are bots following. Oh god. All right. It's one of those. Give me a sec. I haven't seen one of these in a long time. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Wait, how's he getting in still? All right, hold on. Kind of a weird time for this to actually come to as well. It's almost like someone like initially planned this. There we go. All right. So I had to do like level 3. So for those who are not surprised, subscribe. You probably can't chat right now, but just hold off until like this kind of passes away. I think that's it. Yeah, usually you'll kind of see that stuff in like bigger streamers, because it's kind of worth it then a little bit, you know. At least you're pissing off more people. But like on the smaller stream, just kind of just doesn't really seem to make as much sense. Yeah, so for those who are like newer chatters or not subscribed, just give me a minute while all that kind of clears a bit. Okay, I don't know if he was like a legit guy. It looks like he is. Wabba, appreciate the follow. Amada, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. 15 months in a row. I know. Also, Liquid, appreciate the follow. Sub. Yeah. I'll wait till after this run to kind of disable the shield and see what happens there. I think that's mostly the dungeon. But yeah, dude, like Sork is like in terms of just like natural tankiness, I guess. I feel like it's considerably easier to survive on my Sork. Just kind of like built-in damage reduction, just for doing stuff. Run. All right, let me check my shield again. Streamer turn off shield. All right, guys. I think you guys can chat now, or at least try to chat. For those who are not followed. Okay, are we safe? We'll see. I'm gonna actually keep this little like page open, I guess, so I can kind of like, you know, quickly react. Yeah, so sorry about that, y'all. We just kind of what's wrong with people? I don't know. Like usually that's like it's supposed to annoy the streamer and the audience and whatnot. And generally speaking, like those are more like, you know, directed towards like maybe like a streamer they probably don't like, or a content creator that they don't like, and they're usually considerably bigger. So there's more inconvenience when you inconvenience someone of their like that stature, right? Like doing it to like my stream doesn't really make too much sense. So it's also kind of like a sort of like a hate raid too as well with all the I guess racial comments too. That was kind of in there too, but it was going by so fast that like most people couldn't even like you know, read the comments and be like, oh my god, he said this or they said that. You know, it's like, I feel like if you're gonna hate raid, you know, I need to see the actual messages of the racist stuff that you're trying to say for it to actually have an impact. So like it feels counterproductive, in my opinion, but it kind of is what it is. But yeah, generally speaking, I probably would just kind of have a button for that, like on my stream deck, just in case for shield mode. I just don't like shielding out my own audiences, you know, because of stuff like that. But yep, looks like sometimes I'm gonna have to do that. You're just getting too big of a streamer now. Imagine bot sub and win sub only chat. When do I switch between poison and cold? I kind of just go in order. Shadow imbuement, cold imbuement, poison imbuement. The poison imbuement is just it's a 2x XP thing going on. Yeah, it's still happening until tomorrow. The poison imbuement is only there just to make sure I have an imbuement. That's it. Like it's not, but the poison damage itself is so minuscule. By comparison, that I'm only doing it just to make sure I'm attacking with an imbuement so my flurry can still hit hard. That's it. That's really its only purpose. So that's why it's last in rotation. I'm sorry, I got to put up with that. I mean, I've had like, I guess, mass follows before. But never like a hate rate like that. So that was new to me. Who's gonna win the season's title though? I wanted to say Milwaukee Bucks, but I think it's gonna take a bit for them to kind of get that synergy necessary. A little longer than I thought it was going to. They're starting to get there, but and then Chris Middleton can't stay healthy for whatever reason, so I don't know. So like the more I look at it, the more it's probably looking like Celtics or Nuggets. But I also don't want to like count out like OKC and Sacramento Kings. Like there actually are two very good teams right now, despite like their records. Especially OKC. You just got here. What did you miss? pay raid, basically. This Drew's a tanky boy. Stupid lightning thing. Is Rapid Fire Flurry better than triple imbue Flurry? Depends on the circumstance. I think clearing, like just doing like just like a massive clear, if you're if with to boss will bug, I think Flurry, like pure Flurry, does a little better. But when you take into account like Butcher and like some of those more single target stubborn things, it definitely like takes, you know, a bit of the time off like an actual clear. So I think Rapid Fire Flurry or Flurry RF is definitely more versatile. But your Flurry is definitely going to hit stronger with triple imbuement. So, and right now the content isn't really hard enough to where your single target damage is, you know, detrimental. Now, when we go to Abattoir Zero, of course, obviously a different story, but currently, like T100s or whatever like that, you know, I think Flurry's single target damage is actually okay. Although I do think that the Flurry aspect should just be baked into Flurry, and then Flurry just gets like kind of a bigger buff in general. You know, something else different than just encircling blades and a little bit of a damage increase. Almost like a stacking effect would be nice to kind of have. So that is kind of better versus like individual targets. Not too good though, because you don't want it to be like, you know, you don't want to Flurry to be like, you know, the end all be all. But something better than what they have right now for an aspect. Rough. That was a lot of dot damage, but I couldn't move because of the lightning thing. I think I was gonna die regardless. Is Lillard their biggest scam deal of the year? I don't think so. I know what the Bucks was trying to do. I think losing Drew Holiday was a big hit. A much bigger hit than I guess than they realized. But you still kind of had Portis and you had, you know, Giannis, who are very good defensive players. You know, so I guess they figured they could take the hit because they still got those players that are very good defensively. But I think they kind of forgot how good Drew Holiday was as a perimeter defensive player, and just a general, you know, two-way player. I'm gonna die, or I'm not. I got conduit. I got a question for your newbie rogue brain. Is that? Your Spurs been getting destroyed. I guess that's kind of to be expected, though. You know, Wemby's a great player, but you know, there's just team chemistry and stuff like that is a real thing. You can have the most promising prospect, but that's not going to win team basketball games. At least not this early. Not until he gets like more experience and learns how to actually like, you know, like truly carry a team, which he doesn't really know how to do yet. He's just an amazing talent right now. more NBA talk. What do you think of the intern season happening? I thought it was kind of like a gimmick at first, but now that like I'm kind of watching it unfold, I think it's actually kind of cool. You know, it kind of makes, you know, teams have to actually try early season. Which I think that's like kind of the point. I don't get hate rating at all. Need to bring the community together. Well, I mean, it's generally, you know, it's there are just people who just I mean, you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have people who don't like you. You know, can't please everybody. And, you know, for different reasons. It could be a personality thing. It could be just because of the way you look or whatnot. And, I mean, there really isn't anything you can do about it. You know, it comes and then you react it and the way you feel is, you know, is appropriate, and then you kind of move on. As awful as that sounds, right? Because like you can't stop them from doing it per se. You can only react to it. We'll have your input on how to resolve the loss of 30% total armor with Shackle and Pinshot build. I'm assuming it's a damage loss on Paragon, but want to know what you're thinking. Honestly, it's just disobedience. That's it. If you notice, none of my builds on Maxroll for the standard variation has disobedience in the build, because you can actually get, you know, you can actually cap your armor in T100 without disobedience right now. So basically, the moment you get a Shaco, you now have to run disobedience. And that's just the name of the tune, which makes Shaco not as big of an upgrade as it normally would, because you're now using your amulet slot for something that would have been a DPS slot. You see what I'm saying? So the Shaco is still slightly better. But I'll say slightly better. I mean, it is a little better. But there is a trade-off with that in terms of like your disobedience. Yeah, 12.1 armor with Shaco and Tabaz. Did you you must have adjusted through Paragon, didn't you? Or you made the sacrifices in Paragon instead? Yeah, you can do. Yeah, you can go that route as well. But I'd be a little, you know, careful, obviously, with that. No, I don't run disobedience in any of my builds right now. Well, let me rephrase that. I didn't run disobedience for most of my setups before I got the Shaco. But now that I got the Shaco, I kind of have to. So. Yeah, but without Shaco, you can actually get away with that with not running disobedience. Oof, that hurt. Off topic, but do you have any ideas on why loot filters seem to be challenging to implement? I don't think it's challenging. I just think it's more so the devs being stubborn, honestly, on how important that is to the community. If we're going to be like 100% honest. It does take time to actually implement loot filters. Like, it takes a while to get, like, you know, one going. So initially, I guess they just didn't think it was going to be that big of a... I thought I shadow stepped. I legit thought I shadow stepped before he put his thing down. But yeah, so I guess knowing and hearing the outward of loot filters now, and of course seeing how Last Epoch has the best loot filter in the business. Now, Blizzard's kind of like, oh, well, now we have to spend time on this because our competitors or other action RPGs are making us look bad. But it takes time to do that stuff like that, though. Like, it really does.
I need more time.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's to battle tanking, so teams have something to play for. Yeah, and it's more so too about the fact that like the fans spending money to watch NBA games of NBA teams not trying. You know what I mean? Like, it's also to kind of respect the audience's the fans' money, if that makes sense. Although I think another way to do it is just have fans just not come to the game. He's like, yo, Rigger's not gonna come to the game if y'all ain't gonna take this seriously. Real quick, will the teams change their mind about how they're progressing this season? It's like a deal at nice. You need to figure out if it's necessary and how they want it to work. I mean, whether it's necessary or not, the players want it, right? And it's been a really big demand for it, right? For the loot filters. So they just didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal, and it is. It kind of is. Especially with Diablo 4's itemization, right? A loot filter would be godsend. Actually, that hurt. Problem is we need the mass and gold, picking up all the items. It's tied into the whole game as it is. That's true, but I mean, having a choice for loot filters, I mean, a loot filter would be a choice, right? It wouldn't be on by default. So I mean, if you don't need the mats or the whatchamacallit, stuff like that, then you turn the loot filter on. If you need it, turn it off. I think it's the idea of having the choice option to make your gameplay better, and we don't have that, right? I think that's precisely the main point, kind of. Comes out to MVP, I'm sure the gigs want to use loot filters to hype up another season with features that should have been on launch the same way they did with season 2. Yeah, well, the game did launch a little like prematurely, I guess. The developers actually wanted more time. They wanted like another year to develop, but of course, that wasn't gonna happen given the the timetable of what many people expected the game to release. So it wasn't surprising knowing that, and also the leadership change and all that stuff that happened, and COVID. People kind of forget COVID happened, right? So the timeline for development, obviously, it's a bit different when you're working in conditions of COVID, right? So there's a lot of reasons why Diablo 4 launched mainly kind of unfinished. Not excusing it, but it's one of those things where it's like when you look at the big picture, you're like, oh, okay, that's why. And now they're trying to catch up. But in reality, they should have the company itself just should have delayed the game a little bit. You're playing your Barrage build, right, Riptide? Are you I know you have cunning in there because you're gonna need the armor for that. How else? Where else did you get armor? off screen, bruh. Look at that. He just he just right there at the very bottom. He just, what a shot. I see you this time. That's because Bobby was in charge. I wouldn't necessarily say it was just Bobby though. I mean, you're as much as I don't like him, you know, your shareholders still kind of hold the power at the end of the day. So you do what's best. You do what the best interest is to your, you know, according to your shareholders. At the end of the day. And Bobby's only job is literally to please the shareholders. That's it. So now his very, you know, inhuman like, you know, like responses and statures and whatnot, you know, seems very out of touch with, you know, the gaming world. But to investors, he was great. The investors loved him because he made them a lot of money. So at the end of the day, you know, kind of is what it is. We'll kind of see how it kind of transitions from here, but it's like at the end of the day, you know, decisions are going to almost always be made, and you know, towards the betterment of your shareholders. You know, and if they can make a decision to please both the shareholders and the gamers, they'll do it. But shareholders are going to almost always come first. And the sad reality that companies are right now. And of course, as you guys can tell, Bobby 100% catered to the to that part of the crowd. Shareholders won't be happy when people stop paying for these games. Well, that's the problem, Wubba. That's the problem. I agree with you, but the problem is that Diablo 4 made a ton of money. Right? Diablo Immortal made a ton of money despite that reception towards the beginning. So it's like, yeah, people say, hey, screw you, I'm not going to buy another Blizzard product. And then people go turn around and buy Blizzard products. And so the shareholders are like, oh, so you're going to complain, but still give me money? Give us money? Sure. Yeah. You know, and then you have content creators and streamers or whatever, and Diablo Immortal that would legit drop like $1,000 on like, you know, legendary crest to see if they can get a 5-star gem to prove how pay to win the game is. And the investors just like, man, that's actually, man, they're so mad that they're dropping. They're giving us $1,000 just to prove how pay to win this game really is. And they're so mad that the chat is actually giving the streamers money to actually purchase these legendary crests to run to give us more money. Huh? Man, I guess we totally failed it, right? Like, you know, man, look all this money pouring in that, you know, because they hate us. You see the concept there? So like, it's like, I get it, right? Like I get the base idea of it, but when you have people who do stuff like that and whatnot, it's like it defeats the whole. It doesn't matter at that point. Like you need more people to be like, no, I'm not going to pay this kind of money for whatever. But as long as there's people who are going to, you know, give Blizzard that type of money, right, and as well as hate the game at the same time, you're not helping the cause. The investors are just looking at the bottom line, just the money. It's like, you know, people are complaining, but people are giving us money, so I guess what we're doing is working. You know, it's just like, you know, so they don't care at the end of the day, right? So as a private company, yeah, you have, when Blizzard was small, Blizzard made the best games when they were small. Before they became a large company, Blizzard made the best products when they were when they were smaller, when they didn't have as much overhead, when they didn't have as much red tape as they do now, or the past like decade or so, over a decade actually now. But yeah. Yeah, you remember how Maxroll had the planner for D3 where it can import your actual character and gear? Yeah, the problem with that psychedelic is that we don't have in D3, you know, we had the what do you call it? I forgot the name of it. Not armory. I don't know why I can't think of it at the top of my head. All right. I see you on YouTube. Yeah. API. There you go. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. Yeah. API. See, so in Diablo 3, they released the API. Right. We had access to the API. We don't have that in D4. So we can't import, we can't do, there are certain things in the planner we can't do because of that. Or that are considerably harder to do without the API. So like it makes our devs have to work way harder than they really need to because Blizzard just won't release the APIs public or won't make it public. So now why? I don't know. I don't know why they won't, but it is what it is. You ever play Marathon? Nah, I didn't get a chance to. I actually barely played any console games in like the past like 15 years or roughly. So the only console I ever like had was like wait, I don't know why I mentioned console. Was Marathon on PC? Let me answer that. Let me ask that question first. D2 and D2 LOD, good times. Yo, Warcraft 3 when it first came out was great. You know, StarCraft obviously, Brood War. I thought it was PC. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I ever. I've heard of it, but never played. Sunyata, what's going on? With the sub, 8 months in a row. Appreciate you, man. Hopefully we can get in the future. Yeah. Whenever Blizzard chooses to release the API, that'd be great. I think they will eventually. I don't know why they're being so stubborn right now about it, though. Yeah, I forget how like involving playing Rogue really is compared to even my like Frozen Orb sword, which was also pretty involving, but not like this. Is it not made by Apple? Use everything Blizzard for Diablo 3. Poison. I want to pick your brain. If you were to take a pinch shot into PvP, what would you do to optimize it for PvP? There is someone who's playing physical pinch shot rapid fire in PvP. WinQ, I forgot his name. I think Sato kind of did it too. I don't know how that really performs overall. Like, hard to imagine anything really being better than, like, you know, poison twisting blades at the moment. But I really don't do like any like PvP, so I honestly wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what you would need to optimize it versus the meta builds right now. Because like I don't know what the meta is in PvP, honestly. So I wouldn't be able to tell you, well, you know, for Sorcerer you want to do this with pinch shot rapid fire, and then for Barbarian you should do this. Like I don't have enough. I don't have any experience to kind of tell you, to kind of like guide you in the right direction with that. Wish I could. I was just trying to figure out what Paragon Boar is for PvP versus the PvE. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'd be quite a bit different. For sure. And I would assume you have to probably spec more defensively too as well. Did things like Turbohead use the D3 APIs? That's actually a good point. I'm not sure. Green. That's actually a good point. I'm not 100% certain, but that could be a reason why they're a bit more cautious about releasing the APIs this time around. Prediction on Microsoft's direction with Blizzard. What benefits will they have when Kodak is gone? I honestly did. I put it this way, like in terms of like the super top, like top down, I really don't think much is gonna really change. With that, I mean, CEOs are CEOs. They're there for one reason, and that is to make the shareholders money, or to protect the shareholders. That's their primary job. And if they don't do that, they will fire whoever the CEO is, and replace that person who will then protect their interests. Like that's the goal of a CEO. Yeah, it's one job. Now, in terms of like letting the teams kind of do what they want, or letting divisions or branches or whatever, you know, like operate how they operate per se, it will be different based on company to company. But I think the bottom line is whoever's in charge is going to always protect the shareholders no matter what. So like I don't like, in that sense much is not going to change, but in terms of like what Blizzard may be able to do funding wise, or what how much money to be allocated to do certain things where they could not have done before, or just maybe a little bit more freedom in terms of adding creative ideas as long as it doesn't hurt the shareholders. There could be more of that that they may not have had for the past like over a decade with but I guess it just depends. It remains to be seen. But to be 100% honest with you, I honestly don't think from like as gamers, I honestly don't think too much is going to really change for us. Or I wouldn't expect much, put it that way. Sure, things would maybe better, but I don't see like a big like turnaround or a massive like shift, I guess. Dark, what's going on? But I will say maybe the quality of life, like the work quality of life, would probably be better for like the people who work there, and I think that's kind of important. If you hate your job and you're working on games, then we are directly affected long term, right? You're not fine. 380 Duria runs, no Uber, like grandpa. What Uber uniques have you gotten so far? It took a little bit over 400 runs before I got a usable one, the Shaco. Still missing a Doombringer though. Someone found an Uber unique or not in dungeon. I'm pretty sure someone probably has. Now whether they reported that they found it is a different story, but I'm pretty sure someone probably has gotten the Uber unique to drop at this point in the dungeon somewhere. And it happened. It probably happened like somewhere in Korea, because that seems to always be the case when someone finds a random drop as an Uber unique. I can't get to the. But yeah, you can get. I mean, they can drop in normal Nightmare dungeons or whatever. It's just it's way less likely you'll find one in a Nightmare dungeon versus Duriel. Your friend got all the Uber and all the stuff and use zero. You don't know why. RNG, man. I was in that same boat for a long time. I've had people who would get like 4 or 5 Shakos and a couple of Andurials before I even got one Shaco. It sucks in a sense. It's just but RNG is RNG. And I know no one really wants to hear that, but it's kind of true. I'd be surprised if I get a Doombringer before AoZ, and that's kind of going to be necessary. About 2 for 50 year, receive 0 Ubers, but you're turning your party mates, yeah. Flurry's a lot of fun. But I do feel like there's a couple of aspects that kind of just need like a rework or redesign. Flurry is one of them, and Barrage is another. Play zoomed in. All right, I will on my next run. Yeah. So you're using the Flurry Bill on Maxroll is super fun. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's different. An aspect where Barrage seeks out targets or something, accuracy and damage increased by 300%. Nah, I just don't think like an additional arrow is kind of what I think Barrage needs. Especially considering that when they designed the game, there really wasn't that much density, so why would you need more arrows? So I just thought that was kind of weird to begin with. Now that we have more density, the Barrage aspect is a little better, but it's still like horrible compared to what else you can, get in your character. Now that we have more aspects now, right? I will say though, I do have a ball and sword that is so fun just to watch health bars just melt away. Made Flurry 360 on the get-go and had an aspect same as Folk, maybe in the end of the runes. Honestly, they can just make the current Flurry thing like, baked in, like I was suggesting before, and then increase the AoE, like let the aspect increase the AoE radius by like, I don't know, like 25% or so, and then give it like a stacking effect or whatever when hitting the same target or whatever, or when fighting 3 or few targets or whatever, you deal X amount more damage or whatever. Almost like Meteor basically in Diablo 3 for wizards or whatever. I mean, you can even like go a little bit step further, right? You know, you can kind of make it a little harder or something like that by saying, you know, while enemies are, you know, 25% AoE increase radius, and then while enemies are vulnerable, you know, Flurry deals X amount of more damage when hitting through a few enemies. So I mean, so at least you give it a condition for the single target to be a bit better rather than for free. Splat, what's going on, man? Hey, just played D4 for the first time today since it's been free this weekend. Debating on buying it. Had a fun time, but a lot of people have a pretty negative opinion on the game. What do you think? My honest opinion is most of the negativity was geared towards last season and also the end game for last season. That's where it was. The first like 100 plus 150 hours of the game last season was enjoyable for anyone who was playing new. So it was definitely the lack of options for end game or lack of reasoning to do anything in the end game besides Nightmare Dungeons that made people really, you know, upset for those who played a lot, right? But you had to put in at least 150 hours before you experienced that part of it last season. A lot of that has been fixed for this current season, so you're not going to run into those same issues, and most of that's been really positive this particular season. So you're coming in at a good time of the game. So, but if you're Googling Diablo 4 or watching YouTube videos about, you know, the negativity of Diablo 4, a good chunk of those were about season 1, like legit couple of months ago. You really won't see as many current negative D4 videos in the current, like maybe like 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago kind of thing. It's not a massive opinion like that anymore. Now, of course, they do have a ways to go. They still, you know, loot filters need to happen. Obviously, bugs need to be fixed. Itemization, those kind of things, but you'll have quite a bit to do, and there's something to grind for. So I would definitely say it is worth your money, but I'll wait until Tuesday and get it. Like, I think it's like, was it 40% off, something like that on Tuesday? So if you're gonna buy the game, I would wait till Tuesday, get it on sale, and just get the base game. Do not get like the Ultimate Edition, all that kind of crap. Like, I don't think the transmods and stuff is really worth the money, in my opinion. So AoZ, yeah, that's coming. That's coming December 5th. Super helpful thing. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. Just being honest, like I do want to be honest with you, you know, about it, and like, you know, so yeah, there were some massive issues towards like the end game part of last season. The majority of those have been squashed, and we're gonna have a pretty grindy new end game content coming in about a week and a half. Well, less than a week and a half actually, which is going to continue to give you something to do. So yeah, it's got a lot going for it right now. So this is a great time to kind of jump in. If you would have came in like, let's say like last season, I'd be a little bit more hesitant to recommend, depending on how many hours you were planning on playing, and that's just being honest. Game needs to come with 1,000 Forgotten Souls. This song always kind of gets me too as well. Like, how did Dua Lipa actually feel about this song? Like, if I had like a whole a song mostly dedicated to me in a sense, and like they're not like dating, at least I don't think they were, whatever. Like, the folk room where only some hit guarantee crit would be great. Yeah, that's another thing too as well. Yeah, you hit 3 target, hitting 3 targets or less is like a guaranteed crit with like a 25% more AoE rated. I mean that would work. That would give it enough oomph or a little more oomph on like, smaller like targets, stuff like that. Something that kind of like helps it scale when there's not a lot of things around. I keep saying 3 targets or less thing just because I see that often in like Blizzard stuff. Instead of stuns, Flurry does something with dodge to then synergize with Leon's Instinct Paragon board. But you would have to kind of take Inner Sight for the legendary part that to be useful, right? I would think. But yeah, I mean, sure. What rogue build do I recommend for leveling now? Depends on the route that you're going. Are you going to play like a melee rogue? Or are you going to play a range rogue? Depending on the answer to that would depend what I would change my recommendation, of course. I think the game right now is so easy to level that I don't think there's any wrong way to do really level at the moment with any build. I think Rapid Fire is still kind of in the roughest spot for leveling, that is. End game is fine. It's actually really good end game, but leveling is just kind of rough until you get Hemomancy, and then of course every build is basically easy. I mean, they're going Twisting Blaze, Flurry late game. Okay, so in that case, depending on which one you like of the two, then I would level either one of them. Flurry is great for leveling. Twisting Blaze is obviously very good for leveling. It's just a matter of which one you think you're going to have more fun doing. Stars. I guess I keep that. All the sounds, no. Got a lot of these Renegade Retreat ones. 4 of them in a row. Probably because I had them like sorted. All these are actually not too terrible affixes. This is just a matter of which one do I want to play. But I need to start salvaging them because that's kind of the whole point. The whole point is to find them and grind and salvage. Although it's probably better for me to do like tier 60, tier 70s or whatever if I'm trying to like efficiently grind them. But yeah, I'm not that anal about it yet. Why did I salvage that one? It has suppressor. I don't care about suppressor. With this build, that is. I'm just so used to seeing like I see that initially and I'm just like, yep, instant salvage. Suppressor. I don't know about legendary, no specifically, but there's a decent amount of plus damage after dodge. And some gear fixes that get pretty decent bonus after dodge. I feel like dodge is like one of those things where like I don't know. I dodge is such an RNG mechanic that I rather not rely on unless the uptime of the set mechanic is like long. Like if I dodge or if I randomly dodge, I get like 10 seconds of a buff. Then it's like, okay, that's worth it. But if it's like 3 seconds of a buff or something, then it's like you're purposely trying to get hit to not get hit to proc. And like that gets a little like, you know, wonky in terms of playstyle is concerned. Let you know when you want to do some durials. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to zoom in, right? Yeah, let's zoom in. We can after this, Riptide. We can do it after this. I'll probably respec though. So I'll play rapid fire. Yeah, so now we have the action game now, right? Diablo 4, the action game. Slayer, what's going on, man? That has too much dimension returns. We put too much into it. Yeah, that too. Yeah. You said the like dodge is really not of a reliable mechanic out there that way. Especially when you're a rogue and the point is to not get hit. You don't want to try to get hit to trigger anything. It sounds more like a barb thing. Not the dodge per se, but like just the whole idea of, you know, like wanting to proc a dodge by taking damage. Twisting Blade's currently still the rogue's strongest build. I mean, if we're talking about standing on a target dummy and DPS for like, you know, 15-20 seconds, then yes. I say that because I feel like there's a difference when kind of playing a build, well, power per se, like, you know, like raw power, yeah. Twisting Blades, Poison Twisting Blades, I'll put it that way. I'll specifically say Poison Twisting Blades. However, thing is, right now, content doesn't really last long enough right now. So, like, you know, Twisting Blades takes time to deal us damage. And there are some builds that will be able to burst quicker than Twisting Blades and kill faster in certain scenarios than Twisting Blades could, because stuff just dies in like one rotation or, you know, one shot. So in those kind of scenarios, there are builds that, you know, can successfully like clear something quicker than Twisting Blades can, but over time, nothing's going to match Twisting Blades. But we haven't got, there is no content that really requires overtime other than like what, Duriel. But even then, you know, you can kind of 2 rotation it on like a rapid fire setup or one shot it with the, you know, specific setup for Duriel. So yeah. When Abattoir 0 comes out, you'll see more Twisting Blades potential, obviously, because stuff will last longer. So Poison will have more value. Where am I going? Oh. Why did I feel like I played better like this with Flurry? Because I like my movements are better when like zoomed in with Flurry. Like I can kind of like see like the startup animations and stuff better. Oh god! Wow, that was so much bleed damage. I couldn't heal through it all. Every time. Yeah, we'll go right. Get my revenge on whatever killed me. Go this way. Doing road tonight? Yeah. Or back to road. Go that way. I'm a rogue main. Doesn't mean I won't play wizard anymore. Not wizard, sorry. Sword anymore. After I got to 100, but I'll probably spend a little bit more time. A bit more time on road this week, especially since I'll be doing my abattoirs here. Planners and stuff. Because I gotta do it for a Maxroll anyway. So I might as well do a live stream. So I know they've mentioned raids and group content coming in the future. What do you hope to see kind of stuff? Did they really mention raids? I don't remember hearing them say anything about raids. Group content, yeah, like for clans and stuff like that. Raids though, and I say that because raids is very like, you know, MMO centric in a sense, and people get a little weirded about raids, especially if there's like a reward tied to a raid, which would be honestly pretty bad for this game. Diablo Immortal did raise pretty well. True, but also Diablo Immortal is a MMO. It was designed to be an MMO, and for a group play to essentially be like the thing that you do. Usually. People are calling it AoZ raids. No, it's definitely not that. AoZ is pretty much greater rifts from Diablo 3. Which no one felt like Diablo 3, or no one feels greater rifts in Diablo 3 or remotely like raids, right? Maybe it was a rumor or a leak. Yeah. I know AoZ in the, oh no, I was responding to whatchamacallit, Wubba about the raid, about the AoZ being a raid. Yeah, so I mean, I guess my opinion on like, I think group stuff is fine. There should always be reasons to, you know, play with your friends or whatever. Especially like, you know, clan mates or whatever. So I feel like there's, you know, clan stuff is non-existent in this game. However, I will say that like, I don't, as long as group content, or as long as content in which, you know, does involve group play, doesn't give something to those players that you could not otherwise get solo. That's kind of where I kind of draw the line in a sense. And I think a lot of people might, I'll say a lot of people, but I think some people will also feel the same way. As long as the reward you get for doing something in that group content can be found anywhere by playing solo, or you can solo the content if you choose to do so. Then I'm cool with that. But the moment that items or rewards are tied behind group play mechanics, then that's where it gets very dicey, because it's like now you're forcing people to play in groups rather than making a choice, for a particular reward. And as long as we keep it like that, I'm fine. Like right now, obviously grouping up for Duriel is obviously more and advantageous than doing a solo. But you can legit do a solo, even though probably not recommended that you do a solo. But doing it in a group does not yield different results than doing it, or does not yield a different reward than doing a solo. There's just more opportunity, more chances, right? And for the most part, I think that that's fine. What's the benefit of grouping? 4x the amount of runs, basically. For Duriel, that is. Like the other stuff, like the other bosses, not really. Like grouping for the other bosses is just more so, item grind, I guess, for finding uniques or whatever. I guess you could say item grinds. But in terms of like the Uber uniques themselves from like Duriel, obviously there's definitely a benefit in doing that in a group versus doing it solo. You can res in AoZ but not solo. That's a big deal too. That is true. I'm not ready yet. But again, that also falls into the same line of, you can choose to do AoZ in a group, or you can choose to do a solo, and the end result is still kind of similar or the same, whereas you don't get better items or a better reward because you played in a group. AoZ is literally just, a dick comparison contest at the end of the day, right? A grind mode to give people who play the game a lot something to do and compare each other's penises. That's it. I mean, let's be honest. There is no leaderboards or anything attached to it. It's just, and like, don't get me wrong, it's gonna be fun. Like, we're gonna have fun, trying to do said thing or whatnot. But at the end of the day, there is no like grand reward for doing said AoZ, right? It's because you want to. Oh, there's a reward. Tears of Blood is pretty good. I don't think there is any actual reward. If it's anything like Greater Rifts, which is what the rumors were for the most part, when you're pushing per se, there really is no reward for it other than like leaderboards or that you cleared higher per se, and I guess glyph XP. But so do I think TB Rogue would be the best rogue for AoZ? I think TB, Pin Shot, Rapid Fire, and Rapid Fire will all be kind of in like the similar tier for AoZ. I kind of want to put Barrage in that same tier, maybe a little bit lower, but that's only because of the fact that it struggles to abuse the bug of to boss will, as well as, let's say, Rapid Fire or Pin Shot Rapid Fire does. That's the only reason I put that, for that. But I think if people are kind of looking, appreciate the follow. If people are just kind of like trying to see how like the furthest you can push, I mean, you're gonna get probably pretty similar like results with any of those three builds. Honestly, I think TB would be the easiest to do it with as long as you have the toughness. If you don't have the toughness, TB would probably be the hardest to do it. But I'm bugged right now. Okay. Let me log out. But yeah. Naturally, poison scales better when mobs have more hit points. So naturally, TB Poison Rogue is going to do really well. But I think you should take whatever rogue build that you like and go into Abattoir Azir with that. All I want as a reward is to catch a crystals. It's not bad. I can understand that. Here's a Blood's Bomb though, so power is a reward as far as we know. Well, I mean, you're gonna get the Tears of Blood. I mean, you'll level the Tears of Blood by doing Abattoir Azir, I guess you could say. But that's a kind of like a universal reward. Group play, single player, just for that particular content mainly. I'm gonna laugh at Poison Beam is bug and doesn't work with Tears of Blood. Yeah, I never actually thought about that. I mean, it should. Well, let me rephrase that. One Punch God. I like that name. Build, yeah. I'm about to switch to Rapid Fire in a second, but I'm playing Flurry right now, which is also on the Maxroll website. If they would do some type of sort of group specific content, I hope the guy that added some sort of lift group. Dude, that is. I'm baffled how there is no like way to like easily party up the people. Like that is such an oversight that I wouldn't even say it's an oversight, but I think they probably just didn't think it was like a priority. But given the fact that the game is more social now, this is probably the most social Diablo game outside of Diablo Immortal in general. That you would think that would be an important feature to have, like as a priority, right? You would think so. I find that very amusing. That it's been pushed to the back burner. They'll have it. Yeah. Not much of a dick measuring contest if leaderboards don't come out to next season. Oh no, people will find ways to be competitive. Leaderboard or no leaderboard, you'll have videos saying, you know, my so and so, you know, druid build did Abattoir tier 22 in X amount of time, best build ever. Trust me, people will find ways to measure penises with Abattoir Azir. It's just a natural thing, and it kind of makes sense because it'll be the only challenging content we have. So, I mean, it's this particular dick measuring contest is warranted. I'll put it that way. It's definitely warranted, but it is what it is. I'm just gonna call it what it is. That's exactly what it is. At the end of the day. That's just sensationalism. That's what sells. I mean, yeah. Yeah. You know, like I said, I'm all for it. I think it's, you know, it'll keep us busy for the rest of the season. So it's like, hey, well, why not? You know, I'm gonna jump in it too. You know, and you know, attempt to, you know, get some things out there with a variety of different builds. But at the end of the day, I know what it is at the end of the day. And there's no shame. Let's not forget Destiny 2 is getting a group finder next season. That took them 10 years for an in-game function. As long as D4 comes sooner, then still okay. What a joker from YouTube. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. And like Destiny has raids, so that's even crazier to think that it is taking that long. All right, let's get into, I guess, rapid fire. Let's get my rapid fire build happening. Who else are we inviting? Riptide. Do you have anyone else's whatchamacallit? I think someone said they wanted to get in. What was it? Perp wanted to get in. Someone else mentioned. Did someone else mention? I actually wasn't really paying as much attention. I'm sorry. What do you use, OBS or Twitch Studios? Sorry, I'm just now seeing that. OBS is absolutely king. It's not even close. Twitch Studio is very very basic. It'll get you started. But you definitely need to use OBS. I would actually even suggest using Stream Elements OBS or OBS Live, which is Stream Elements version of OBS. I think it'll make sense to do that, because then you'll have all of your alerts and everything under one banner, and then you just copy and paste it to a browser, and you have everything in one place. Whereas, like, let's say Streamlabs, you have to kind of pick every individual browser to kind of put in your OBS, and it can make it harder to understand OBS. But yeah, definitely OBS. It's not even close between the two. I don't think I have yet to play Rapid Fire. I just realized I have yet to play Rapid Fire with the Shaco. I have yet. This is the first time. I gotta switch rings. Riptide, do you want me to add perp or you got him? I was trying to switch over real quick. You got him? Okay. What sword did I use? Basic attack. Missing something. I think it's not that one. That one. Not that one. This one? There it is. Okay. So we'll do that. Keep this. Yeah, expectant, basic, rapid fire, obedience. All I did was move off the imbuement, right? Yeah, I removed the imbued. Okay, just making sure I done did that right. This is it. Here's Hella does really good tutorials for OBS. Him and the Stream Professor are really good at that too. You just got Melted Heart and Andy Arios tonight. Shaco yesterday, tier 25. Here you come. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit more difficult than that, but it's a great start. Absolutely, that is a great start. Congrats on the finds. All you need is a Doombringer now, right? If I made a video on a broken build, I'll be more afraid of the 1,000 of comments. Why'd you do this? And what's 1+1? Or why did you buy a skin in your rogue? Is that skin big? That's just like some of the comments on videos sometimes make you kind of wonder. Like whenever I share something on like say Reddit, in the D4 Rogue Reddit subreddit or whatever, like I might share just because some people at this point people are kind of like expecting me to share anything that like I may have found or whatever, but there's still a large portion of the community that just typically don't like stuff like that. So I just post and leave. So I was like, I'll post and then I'll do like a little like too long didn't watch comment because if I don't do that, people get real pissed. It's like, you're gonna just drop your video and not say nothing? I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. So now you just drop a video, too long, didn't watch, don't do drugs, stay in school, and then never look at the post again. That is now the meta I've learned over time. Do not respond to the Reddit comments. It's just, don't feed them, don't respond, drop the thing, and leave. It's so sad, but it's true. I guess we can keep Poison to be right now since we're doing Duriel, so. I guess I can just keep all this, really. So we'll just swap out Flurry for Fire. That's kind of it. Take out Weapon Mastery because we don't need that anymore. Let's add a Poison to be. Could change my basic attack, right? I guess. Play shift. Oh, wrong skill. I had it the first time. I'm like, wait a minute. Why do these passes make no sense to me? Yeah, now I gotta change my Paragon board out. For sure. Who else are we inviting to the party? Riptide. And I could jump in for some runs. Like, I won't hit anything. I'll just be doing my Paragon board if you guys are cool with that. Rob tried to post a funny meme about grinding Duriel and it was immediately banned. Wow. You subscribed for 2 months in a row. Thanks, Pinger? Pinger, is that how you say it? Is that how we say it? Anybody else want in? We got room for one more. Duriel runs. Bring BYOM. Is that how we say it? Bring your own mats kind of thing. We'll just rotate stuff out. I can do it, Barb. See if you have room to join. So Laduger was first. Have you done it with us before, Laduger? You have not? Okay. Only reason why I asked is because I know Phantom hasn't yet, period. So if you have and Phantom hasn't, I would prefer to kind of get him in there because he hasn't done it with us before. But if you haven't and you were first, then absolutely come in. Riptide, can you bring in Laduger? Oh no, you're fine. No, you're fine. Because I mean, you haven't before either. While that's going on, I do need to swap my Paragon board out. So. Actually, I do kind of want to keep that. I don't remember exactly where everything goes on my Paragon board. Just rip me. Gotta go on my, whatchamacallit. Fire in-game rogue. Paragon. Oh, that's a different rapid fire. Yeah, I gotta do something. I gotta not do that one. Let's do Barrage one. There we go. I think I went cunning and no witness. Yeah. I have to trade all this out here. Alright. Let's port on Riptide, and I'll do my Paragon board as we're fighting. Let me bring my mats. Oh, no one's there yet. Go tonight, grandfather, or a better two hand, 925 toward. Nice. You already there at the door? Okay. Just pull all of this. I kind of wondered, should I even... All right, coming down. Is it weird you're there? All right, I'm gonna stand to the side. I dismantle my Paragon board. What else is there? This no witness. All right, so we're good with that. We just only need to change one board, I guess. We rotate that though. Oh, I had it right the first time. No, I didn't have it right the first time. Actually, no, wait a minute. Pick up my stuff. Let me redo this because I had to put candy here. But we have a different We have to go up here. This way. Intel somewhere. Alright, TPing. I appreciate the follow. You can drop the grandpa? Really? Nice. Good stuff, man. I was name spelled dumb. Alright. Is it intel? No, somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. Might have more points into here than I actually need. I think I'll be fine. We'll fix that later. Just need to get my 39 here. Now it's time to switch out gems. Closer for ranger. But all trash. You got double drop all trash. Infusion goes here. Control. There's a glyph I'm normally missing. Infusion Ranger. Combat. Combat's important. Given the amount of crit. I think. The 44, I guess it doesn't really matter. Goes. It's 44 on both boards, I believe. EP, alright. And now we gotta pick up all the extra intel stuff here. Alright, Doombringer. Come on, Doombringer. I know you're there. Am I next? I'm next up, right? Let's see. 39. Another. Oh, you haven't yet? It should be you. Okay. Alright, I'll go after you then. Okay, 44. Alright, so now I got that. I have 5 points left over. Or I guess it's just kind of armor nose now, right? I would assume. guess maybe not, it's not as important right now just because I have this stuff. You don't need cheap shot node for rapid fire. So Moxie made a video about prayer of the week not working. What's your thoughts on that? I have quite a few thoughts, honestly. We were actually talking about it via Maxroll, as in like Maxroll players, in a separate chat, and it works sometimes. It's very dependent on a few factors. So Moxie's not incorrect by any means, but there are certain factors that in which it doesn't work, but also it does work. So yeah, but yeah, we had a whole discussion about it in a different chat, but it works sometimes. Is the outcome that we've so far kind of like, you know, discovered. But it works sometimes. Anybody using another power, well, it's not so cut and dry, because like I put it this way, like Prayer of the Week works with Tendrils on Necro. Necros seem to have no problems getting Prayer of the Week to work. So, I mean, if in that case scenario, then you would use it, right? You see what I'm saying? It's not like it activates sometimes. It's just we're trying to narrow it down to kind of figure out what are the case scenarios that's causing it to work, and like in terms of like the vampiric power kind of thing. Like, you know, sometimes with metamorphosis it won't work, but with a cursed touch it will. But, you know, exploit might work with prayer. You know what I'm saying? Like we haven't dived deep enough with that and all the skills in the game to kind of make a, you know, list of things that that we're aware of that works and doesn't work. But we're on it. Like we're talking about it. We're kind of doing the math, and you see what I'm saying? So like initially we found like we were kind of saying it didn't work, and like Woody Joe kind of like, you know, put that out to the masses that Prayer of the Week just doesn't work, period. And then other people are just saying, oh no, but it works for me. And it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean it works for you? So now there's more people trying to test what they can on their characters to find out what works and what doesn't. So we're not 100% sure on all that right now. Honestly, whenever I use Prayer of the Week on the week, I'm not really using it for, I don't really too much care about the damage part of it as I do just having like a perma vulnerable uptime for certain builds. Like I think that alone can be worth more than the 16%, because especially like, let's say Abattoir Azir is a great example. If things are lasting longer, then stuff like the exploit glyph won't be enough for certain builds for certain things to function correctly. Like if a build requires, let's say, you know, vulnerable to gain like an effect that's important to your build, or effects that's important to your build, then Prayer of the Week is still going to be important, regardless of whether it ends up working, the damage portion works or not. But it'll be nice if it did. But we did kind of report this to the devs, so maybe they're aware of some of the inconsistencies, and maybe we'll get some of those fixed before or when the Abattoir Azir patch drops. Any rogue build that doesn't use the bug? Anything that isn't combo point related. So Rain of Arrows and Death Trap. I guess really the only two. It's not that people want to use the bug. It's just more so Blizzard is legit telling us to, and this is like when you tell your player base, hey, use your bug builds to do Abattoir Azir, the new content. You're basically advertising that the things that are broken that aren't supposed to be in the game, you're telling us to use, which I think is a very weird move in my opinion. But it basically, gives people the green light to abuse whatever bugs are in the game for said content. Again, I don't like the idea, but now it's kind of like, holding a stance against it won't make as much sense now, because people are just like, oh, well, Blizzard told you could, and I'm just like, what do I say to that? You know what I mean? Whereas before, I didn't use Tobots World at all. When I figured out it was bug, I was doing Temerity because I didn't want to. I didn't get a chance to shoot anything. Yeah, it'd be funny if they did a bait and switch though. Like if they just happen to be like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna fix all the bugs before. It'll be such a crazy bait and switch, but I think it would be better for the content per se, because then things will actually be hard, and more things can be more competitive, or you have more choices to maybe want to do it with. But yeah, I mean they're not gonna do that. After telling us to do it, they're not gonna like pull the rug and then be like, ha, psych. Why weird move? You don't have leaderboards. Like I said, this is PTR for them for season 3, because the reason why it's a weird move is because it goes against how they normally would like suggest, tackling bugs. Generally speaking, they don't want people spreading bugs or exploits or whatever. They want people to report them and they fix it. That's how it normally is. So for you to go against that entire ideology is making the player base think that you don't care about bugs. So when they actually go back and they fix bugs in season 3, people are going to be pissed, because keep in mind, the average player isn't going to be keeping up with Blizzard's, everything that Blizzard does on like the forums or social media. So they'll come in with their ball lightning build that they play like twice a week to go kill things super quickly, and then season 3 is nerf, and people are just like, wait a minute, I thought they weren't fixing bugs, and it's like, well, technically, yeah, but that's for what I'm saying. So like the amount, I got a double drop. Okay, well, got Slayer into boss wall. So it's like people will get so upset for those who aren't following actively to know that Blizzard is only allowing it for this season. People are gonna actually think that Blizzard is gonna be okay with bugs going forward, and they're not. They're absolutely not okay. They're just letting it happen now because it's kind of like, oh, well, people are happy. We want to be the good guys. Let people have their, their OP-ness, I guess. We should have followed, but it's right now. Blizzard looks good now, so they're definitely getting the W now, but it's gonna backfire on them later. They will get backlash, and people will make videos about my build worked last season, but it didn't this season. Why all of a sudden they're changing their stance on bug stuff? And it's like, well, no, originally they usually have this stance on bug things about like fixing it and stuff like that. Like, that's how they usually do it. But people don't understand that, especially people who don't play Diablo games or whatnot. And that's a big portion of the audience that are coming back to play the game. And they're going to be like, I don't understand. Why is my, this build isn't doing whatever. What happened to my 22 combo points? And it's just like, no, that was just for this. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's what's going to happen. And that's why I think it's weird, because why put yourself in that situation? In my opinion, right? Personally, I just don't. I just think that it's just, you know, there's a better way they could have approached this, in my opinion. I'm not saying like piss people off, but I'm also saying you need to have some sort of philosophy you're going to stick to. Otherwise, people are going to be like, you're wishy-washy. Yeah, people are happy. They want to be the good guys that should maintain this policy going forward. Well, you can't. That's the problem. You can't. At the end of the day, you want to balance the game, right? Right now, they're allowing the game to not be balanced. There's no balance right now in this game right now. There's none. Like zero. Like people eventually at some point want a balanced game. That is the goal. You can't balance a game when bugs are flying around doing what they're doing. It's impossible. It's already hard to balance a game when there are no bugs. It is impossible to balance a game when there's a ton of bugs. Features. Well, here's the thing, Wubba. How do you create content? How do you create content that's going to be challenging enough to the player base if bug builds invalidate the content? As some people are going to complain there's not enough content when people fly through the content that Blizzard creates because one bug build or two bug builds are like destroying content. Rax and Woody and Robin running out of content. Well, I mean, technically they're getting paid to stream. And as long as people are watching them, they'll do whatever on D4. I mean, they're just doing, like, Rob just does durio runs most of the time and create like immortal builds, right? And it's fun watching them do it. But it doesn't mean that like it's challenging content. It doesn't mean it's good content. It doesn't mean that they're like, you know, they're completely content with doing that on a daily basis. It's just that they're full-time streamers and that's where the money is coming from. I mean, they've definitely ran out of content a while ago. Rob has nothing else to do besides give durio runs for free for players. What else is there for him to do? But people, you know, 1,000 people plus will watch him do it, and so he's making good money, literally just giving away durio runs. So of course he's gonna do it. Why wouldn't you do it? Right? You know, those guys have earned, you know, that status in the community and that player account, right? So that's just the state of in-game, not their fault, and not based on bugs. What do you mean it's not their fault? I never suggested it was Rob, Rax's, or Woody's fault, right? AoZ is the solution, but is it though? Because like you're gonna have the same issue in AoZ, where basically the only build that's gonna be competitive is Ball Lightning. Is that how we want every season to be? Where it's like one build is like just way stronger than any other option you have on that class. Barb is kind of in a similar boat with Hoda. Like there's nothing that's going to be remotely even close to Hoda's damage. In fact, no, there's no build in the game that's even close to Hoda. That would be close to Hoda in AoZ. Like it just seems kind of like created at least 3 new builds. Yeah, but like Hoda is by far stronger than any of the other ones he's created. But Hoda's not a bug. That is true. That is very true. That is overpower is overtuned at the moment. That's all. But yes. No, there are no Hoda bugs. People are just, yeah, let's make sure that we're not getting any misinformation in the chat. Not saying Hoda's a bug by any means, no. But I will say, OP is the new vulnerable. Kinda. It's actually better than the old vulnerable, actually. How is Ball Lightning a bug and not Hoda? Mechanics? There's information on, you know, everyone on YouTube talking about the Ball Lightning bug, so I thought that was kind of known. You watch the people who talk about it, so. I mean, Rax mentioned this, it was a bug. Woody mentioned it's a bug. You bring those guys up as content creators, so I assume you watch them, right? You call them bugs with Blizz support and make some features. I mean, it doesn't technically change what it is. Whether or not Blizzard allows you to do it doesn't change the fact that it is a bug at the core. I mean, it's a technical definition, right? When something doesn't work right, right? When something doesn't work right in the software, it's legitimately called a bug. Whether someone says, I'm gonna leave it there, it doesn't make it not a bug. It's still a bug by definition. It just means that they don't care about the bug right now. That's all. But I guess all I'm saying, it's designed to give you 20. It wasn't designed to give you 21 combo points. That's a bug. That's the thing. It's not supposed to do that. But I guess all I'm saying is, bottom line is what I'm saying before we get too far into the rabbit hole or whatever, right? Not all bugs crash the game or crash a program, right? But all in all, what I'm saying is something that's bugged. Be nice though, Danger. Be nice. If something is bad, or something is completely invalidates the game, or completely invalidates your content, then you can't balance your game. There's nothing right now for. I'll give you a good. I'll give you one example. There's nothing you can do right now to make other sort builds in the realm of ball lightning without purposely bugging the other sort builds to be in the same realm. Web is fine. Web is fine. Like, there's nothing you can do. Like, there's nothing you can do. So now we have one build that is significantly stronger than others, and you can't balance that. You can't balance it while that one thing is bugged, if that makes sense. So there's no reason to play the other stuff and anything that's harder content because, well, why? But certain builds are OP, but it's like that, yeah. But I think the thing is that if they're OP because Blizzard didn't think that certain interactions would happen, but everything was intended by design in terms of the way things worked, that's a little bit different than something just being bugged and completely busted. Like, something being a little stronger than something else is a little bit different though. Right? In this case scenario, the last season TB was on top. Yeah, and TB was bugged. TB is still bugged. Blade Dancer is still bugged. Blade Dancer with Poison Unit is still bugged. The things that are on top by far are bugged interactions, generally speaking. But point being is that you can't have a balanced game. And maybe you don't want it, right? Maybe I'm having a conversation with you, but in reality, you don't want a balanced game. You want one build that is like completely trumps all others, and you'll play that and you're content. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's your approach on things, that's fine. Right? But bugs versus seasonal features, yeah, but I mean, we can't change the technical definition of what a bug is. They're just allowing us to use the said bugs. That's not going to happen going forward. That's the thing. That's kind of where, you know, that's where my, you know, why I think it's going to end up being a backlash on Blizzard, because it's like, you're supposed to balance your game. That's kind of the point, right? Like, that's the point, and you can't do it with bugs running around. So bugs have to be fixed. So unless you don't want Blizzard to balance the game, then different story, right? We'll just keep every bug in the game. Like, imagine if we would have kept some of the earlier barb bugs right now. If some of our earlier barb bugs will still exist right now, there'd be no reason to play any other class right now. Ever. Like, that and maybe Bulwark. basically. Like that's it. There was no reason like to play any other anythings. But set a standard for the meta at the beginning of every season and stick to it like they are now. Well, I wouldn't say that things being bugged is setting a standard though. I do agree with setting a standard, but like things being bugged is it's like out of like they don't know that it's going to be that way in the season. So like there are just some things that you just kind of have to just, you know, because like that's not a standard. You know, like right now we have dupes as a bug, right? Do we leave that in there because it's meta? Isn't it more efficient to dupe? Isn't it, you know, like we like they're just things you kind of have to just be like, okay, maybe we need to fix something. They try to fix season 1 bugs and look at that tournament. Yeah, a lot of people got upset because of the way they went about it. They're just the dupes. No, there's another dupe. There's another dupe happening right now. But by that logic, I guess we should keep dupes. I mean, it is a bug, obviously, which is why you can dupe. But yeah, I mean, it's the way they went about fixing bugs was the problem. It's not the fact that they fixed bugs in season 1 and like it was bad for them doing so. It was the way they went about it. Duping is a feature. Got it. Dupe must be a feature. All we need to do is just get Blizzard to you know, say, hey, bring all your dupe materials, you know, into you know, into Durios, right? And then it's a feature. All we need now is for people to be able to dupe items and whatnot, and find a way to trade like Shakos and then GG, right? No, you're good. You haven't been disrespectful at all. So like, I'm cool. I'm cool with it. I guess my preference is a balanced game. I like to see many things work well. But in order for many things to work well, you have to remove outliers, said bugs. Like to Boss Will is an outlier. Ball Lightning is an outlier. Overpower is not a bug, but it's also an outlier that probably should be addressed. It won't this season. They will do it next season for sure. But there are outliers, and it makes for a very stale meta. It's a meta, don't get me wrong. Like you said, it's a meta, but it makes it very stale because you know nothing's going to change. You know Ball Lightning is going to be the meta for the entire season. No one's going to be able to come up with anything better than Ball Lightning because Ball Lightning is bug. Whereas like if things were more, you know, kind of more closer together in power, somebody might come up with something cooler or better or whatnot. But this season will not happen. Like it's just like rogues, right? For example, you would never beat a to Boss Will build. You can't. You cannot beat 22 combo points. It's impossible. So you know that all rogue meta stuff is now based around to Boss Will, which is and puncture, which is kind of awful feeling because you know that all your builds are that. In fact, we can probably just call rogue builds by what it is. It's like it's not even like rogue builds anymore. It's basically to Boss Will build number 1, to Boss Will build number 2, to Boss Will build number 3, and it's basically to Boss Will and combo points. And Condemnation Dagger and close quarters combat. So close quarters combat to Boss Will build number 1, close quarter combat to Boss Will build number 2. Like that's the rogue meta right now. And honestly, that's kind of boring. Well, not kinda. I find that boring. But it is what it is. I've accepted it for what it is, right? They're not going to change that this season. But I do worry for Blizzard in the future when Blizzard when leaderboards come out and they want to take a balanced stance because they were so lenient this season. Like, we will understand. Like, most people in the chat will understand right now. Like, we'd be like, okay, we played a game enough to know. We played a game enough to know that it's like, okay, they're gonna take a stance. But the people who don't, which is a much bigger audience, are gonna come into season 3 and be like, what happened to my ball lightning? And how do you explain that? And my 2 shots were like hit for pennies. Seems to be the 10 extra damage. What would be the bug? It's a gray line psychedelic, honestly. It's a gray line. It's more so the fact that, like, I think they weren't aware of what players were going to be able to do with the new overpowered mechanics, or the new overpowered tuning. The overpower tuning. I don't think they were aware what players were going to be able to do with that. So that's where the overtuning kind of comes from, because they intended it to be strong, not this strong. And I think that's kind of where that's at. So under the technical, it's a gray area, and I get it. Under the technical definition, it's not a bug. Overpower is not a bug, but it isn't. Because it is working as intended. They just didn't think people would come up with such incredible, I guess, builds to really take advantage of the new superpower, the new overpower, and thus we have barbs where they are at the moment. That's kind of what happened. Whereas ball lightning was like, oops, something in the programming, that we definitely were not intended actually happened, and it happened. Or to boss will, obviously, right? Oh man, 22 combo points, totally was not intended this. You know what I'm saying? Like those are like clear and obvious, not intended sort of kind of things. Pin shot rapid fire with random barrels good to push higher number in dungeon. That sounds like a lot. Pin shot rapid fire and random barrels. That sounds like a lot to juggle. I feel like you're stretching yourself thin by doing that, but I mean, you can. I don't really see a case scenario that random barrels would help you with that pin shot can't already do. Like, random barrels is really good for, like, helping you clear a massive pack or whatever, and also giving you some like utility. But pin shot already does that and does it better, and doesn't have a super long cooldown, and doesn't require you to put the amulet on, and a lot of other things. So if you're doing random arrows, it's because you want to, not because it's going to have like a better outcome than not having it. So, and if that's what you want to do, totally fine. I think random arrows is a really cool looking skill. But would it be more effective than regular pin shot rapid fire? Probably not. Hey, you think they're gonna fix Tibalt's condemnation bug though? What up, YouTube? They will next season. They have no plan. Apparently, they have no plans on fixing any bugs before Abattoir's year. Any build with bugs that are very strong with the bugs. Any Uber unique tonight? Nope, not yet. Yeah, Tibalt will be fixed next season, and I'm actually looking forward to it as a rogue player who obviously benefit from combo points because I play combo points the majority of the time anyways. I benefit from it and I want it gone. My biggest concern is to grandfather Bone Spirit plus Grand Criers after all the other bug bills. I honestly, I don't think so. At least according to our Maxroll Necro Specialist, Macro and Echohack both believe that Bone Spirit is kind of, or I'll put it this way, for Abattoir is 0, I guess. For the current content, sure, because everything kind of just dies. But if you're just talking about power scaling, like just absolute just power scaling, yeah, Bone Spirit is nowhere near, even with Grandfather is nowhere near something of what a Hodo Bar can do. It's actually not even in the ballpark of what like a Rapid Fire Rogue would be able to push out. It's not bad. Definitely not bad at all. I wouldn't put it in the same category as Ball Lightning though. Ball Lightning is just a different beast on his own. Ball Lightning is absolutely nuts. It's funny. I actually think the mechanics and like how it scales is actually quite funny. And interesting. I hope they buff Precision Key passive. I hope they do more than that. I hope they actually buff and fix Victimize Key passive as well. You don't think they'll fix it when Abattoir 0 comes out? No, because it'll be weird to fix one bug but not fix the others. Tony. Like right now, Ball Lightning is also bugged, but it's also considerably stronger than Toboss Will Rogues. So if they fix Toboss Will Rogues, but let's say leave the other alone, it would make very little sense. Especially since they told us to. Like they actually made a tweet, they actually said it at BlizzCon to bring your best Ball Lightning and Toboss Will, 16 combo point Toboss Will builds into Abattoir 0. They're advertising us to do it. So they're not gonna fix it if they're advertising to use said broken things. At least this season. If it's yours to make it tells you to keep it, then that's but you might only be able to keep it, Wub, for like what, a couple of months. Then you might have to pay the bank back, right? The next season, right? It's gonna be like, oh yeah, by the way, we'll have to, yeah. We know it's a mistake, but we're gonna want that back in you know, in about 2 months. So you can hold on to it for now, but in 2 months, you're gonna have to pay that back. You have to give it back to us. If we were to continue that analogy. Give it to, or you know, or find some way to like, you know, I don't know, like leave the country or something. You know, if I find some way to like, you know, we'll see. It'd be nice if they brought us some other builds to the same level as the broken ones. I think that would just require a lot of work that they'll have to sit there and fix the following season. Because it's like, if you try to bring any builds up to like Ball Lightning, or like on Stork, for example, or bring rogue stuff that isn't combo point related, like up, you know, you have to massively buff those things to like a ludicrous amount to only then nerf it after the season when the bugs are fixed. You see what I'm saying? So sure, they could go that route, but I don't think they have I don't even think they have the manpower right now to even take that route. Because of the amount of work it would require to buff all the stuff up to, like, let's say Hoda's level. Or you know, like that kind of stuff. It's just, it's usually always better to tune the outlier or remove the outlier than to buff everything else, because then you legit can't balance anything. If the goal is to balance, like if the goal is to balance things, which is, they mentioned they want to have as close to balance as possible, then the much easier route is just to remove the outlier. And then buff the other things, like buff weak stuff. But yeah, I mean, that would just require a lot of work to have to undo again after the season. That's why I said buy real estate. I just sell, pay the amount back, and then go back, buy more, because the value only goes up. You thought this through before. Sounds about right. Didn't they say it's also not going to be linear scaling like Nightmare Dungeon? It's still going to be big jumps in difficulty between levels 15k. Armor might not be enough. The thing about it is that, like, it remains to be seen, like, how hard abattoirs there really is at the higher ends. We only have, like, you know, we have, you know, I won't say rumors. Rumors isn't the right word. I mean, we have information, or as much information that they can possibly give us. The 3 people who actually played it, you know, saying that it's hard, you know, really hard. But I think that that's kind of the point, and like, the point is to level up the glyphs, so therefore you have something to do. So it's basically a grind thing. It's not you walking in there doing, you know, the type of content off the bat. So it's supposed to be a grind. Like, the unique glyph is supposed to allow you to do the higher levels. That's why the unique glyph is as strong as it is, right? So, that's the thing. But the idea is for you to eventually be able to do the higher levels, but only after you put forth the grind in the said unique glyphs, which I think is actually a good idea. It gives us a lot. It gives people something to do for the rest of the season, rather than just fishing, hoping that you get the, you know, the best case scenario, which is still gonna happen. But I think, you know, having an option to get stronger that isn't just more Paragon is actually a good thing. Mids, appreciate the follow. How would you make a profit if you buy stuff? The market keeps going up. That's for you, Psychedelic, I believe. Running your pin shot setup right now. I'm bored of balling. Bored of balling. Appreciate the work. It's going great. Nice, man. Glad you're having fun. Just as long as your expectations is not to be as strong as Ball Lightning, I think it's a fun build. Tell you what, our chat has gone through so many different topics in like the past, like the past 15 minutes. We somehow got into like an actual real estate conversation now. I almost even forgot how we got there. All good though. There really isn't much to talk about when we're doing during your runs anyway. Like, what is there really to talk about during your runs? Like, during your runs is like the new barbershop, basically, right? At this point, it's where you go and you come together, and then we just like talk about stuff, right? It's like, oh, he's doing during your runs, all right, barber talk, you know, barbershop talk. Here we go. That's exactly what this is. it's exactly. I mean, it legit is what it is, right? Like, ain't like I can tell you. Like, let's be real. Like, what gameplay am I doing right now that I can possibly like give you guys any sort of like advice or opinions or saying, hey, you should do this, or like anything intriguing that I'm doing currently in the game, right? There's nothing. Like, basically the only like exciting part about what's happening right now is if I actually get a Doombringer, or if it's a sword that drop in, it's a unique or whatever, or someone finds them apart, and then we're just like, yeah, for about 5 seconds, and then we're back to the same thing, right? So like that's kind of where we are at the moment. If we're not doing barbershop talk, then what are we doing during these Durio runs? You have like 50 Durio runs, got room for one more. I think Phantom is in next as well. We could do like a 2-man rotation after this. Legit, I generally don't do like actual like Durio streams, just because I think doing them for that many, like that long over a period of time is quite boring. So if someone asks me, it's like, hey, you want to do some Durios? I'd be like, okay, sure. But like, I may not like do it for like 4 or 5 hours though. Like, I might do it for like 2 hours and then be like, all right, I'm bored. Let's do something. Let's do something else. I don't like this amulet really. It's okay. That there. Durio is monotonous, yeah. After you get Doombringer, am I done with Durio? Pretty much. I don't have anything else to really get from Durio that I care about. I mean, I'll do it with other people if they want me to. They'd be like, hey, you want to do some Durio runs? I'm like, yeah, sure. But I think I would lessen the amount of hours I would do Durio once I get the Doombringer. But I'll do it for the people who help me do Durio, obviously, as well. Durios are for the clips. I did good in economics. I just suck at actually applying it to my life. Sorry, Leggy. Do the duel again. I forgot. See, imagine if I was in the, going play by play with what just happened, right? Like, I totally messed up a rotation. I got one shot in, maybe 9 of the 28 arrows actually hit, and good job. I mean, slot machine's a hater. Nice. You guys talking about are these properties and stuff, and I'm a teacher on a teacher salary, so it's like I'm just listening and you're like, yep, all the stuff I can't do because we don't pay our teachers well in the US. So I was like, yep. And the housing market is terrible. Well, bad. Has been bad for a while, so it's kind of like, yep. You just window shop. I don't even tease myself with window shopping at the moment. I look at what's like, what's affordable in my area, and like, for even like the area surrounding me, like like you can't get anything like remotely okay-ish looking for like under 400K, and it's just like, bro, like Like, I don't make enough in a year and my teacher's salary to like afford a down payment for that. So it's like, yeah. It's just, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, you know, all right, well, we'll just we'll just kind of wait and see, you know. Which is crazy because, like, you know, imagine if I, you know, would have bought like a house and, you know, during, what was it? Was it COVID? And also like in 2008 with the when the bubble burst for the most part, had I had the funds then to buy it, it would have been that was the time to buy. But yeah. Can shot rapid fire without to boss, is it viable? Depends on what your definition of viable is. Like, can it clear without to bots? I mean, it can. It's just gonna be much stronger with to bots. And you definitely would not use a wind force if you're not gonna use to boss. Then you definitely just do a 2-hand crossbow. You don't want to use bug? You can pretty much run all of the Maxroll builds without to boss will. Just understand that your damage is going to be considerably lower by doing so, but they all function. So all of them function without the bug. So it's not like a mechanic that, like, you know, where like the entire build falls apart if you don't use the boss will. No, it's not that at all. It's just boss will is just more damage, a lot more damage. But yeah, so you can do all of them. And then also, if you're not going to use the boss will bug, you actually have more options as well in terms of like your basic attack. Like, you don't have to go puncture if you don't want to. You want to play like long range, you can do force or arrow or whatnot. You have more options in terms of what you want to do or what you can do. Crit damage with imbue skills is actually not terrible. I would prefer regular crit damage, but I'm always imbued. I guess it's not terrible, and I'm always critting with rapid fire, so I'll hold on to it as a future thing. Dagger. There, you're in New Zealand, so houses are not super expensive where you, but to buy a house you need financial backing. You got a Shaco? Congrats. To my respect to the teach, you are super important. You need more love. Yeah, it's a country thing when it comes to, like, for lack of a better word, public servants is kind of what we're called. You know, public servants and, like, you know, first responders, or, you know, those kind of things. Like, well, these type of jobs, you know, are definitely underpaid for how important these things are. Always found teachers in general, and like maybe what I do you know, isn't like as critical as, let's say, like a core teacher, because I teach music or whatever. The point being is that no one will be able to make millions of dollars if there weren't teachers involved. Like, there'll be no billionaires if there were no teachers. you know, you have to kind of think about it in like a, you know, like an underlining, you know, thing. You know, someone's got to teach you something enough to be able to allow you to kind of go off and be like, huh, I put this together and this together, then this happens. You know, it starts with being taught how to at least do the basic fundamentals of that. Now, granted, nowadays there's, you know, we have YouTube, and you know, you can kind of do a lot of like self-teaching at that point, but someone's got to teach you how to read and, well, write. And you know, there's some things that kind of goes where it's like you're not gonna, you know what I mean? But would Grasp of Shadow be good in pin shot build? You can. I think a regular glove is better because having an extra aspect or whatever is going to be more beneficial. But you can, like, especially if you don't have a really good glove, you can slot in the Grasp of Shadows in the meantime. But the shadow itself sucks, unfortunately. Like, it's terrible. So as long as you're not expecting the shadow to do any damage, and you just want it for a stack stick, sure. Elon's trying to make new skills with AI. The Neuralink will be able to download a skill directly from the internet soon. Oh man. Sounds exciting. I want to be an esports god. I want to, you know, beat Faker and League of Legends. I just need to download the right Neuralink implant. Like Cyberpunk. There's been some concerns about that too, but I believe I don't know if, you know, if it's unfounded or whatnot, but there's been a lot of pushbacks with the methods that Elon uses to test his Neuralink. Things, especially with it being like basically more so along the lines of like animal cruelty and stuff like that. It's kind of the basis, I guess. But like basically what happened to, you know, a considerable amount of the monkeys that didn't, well, make it, I guess. But I don't know a lot about it, which is why I don't really talk about it. I just know just a little bit about what I read, but not enough to make an informed opinion about it. But there's been, all I know is that there's been some pushback on the methods used to test that. You have a build planner ready for rapid fire without Uber Uniques for AoZ? Not yet. I'll be doing that this week.
Yes, I'll take it.
But what's going on, Anwin? Yeah, I'm gonna do that for all the builds. All the builds on Maxroll that I'm responsible for. So I'll do rapid fire, pinshot rapid fire, Flurry, and Barrage. So I think for rapid fire, I think I'll have two different versions. I'll have a victimized version and a close quarters combat version, just because I think it's important to have both. For those who may not want to play close quarters combat with rapid fire, which makes a lot of sense. Not really the most fun thing to do, honestly. It's cooler just to sit back and blast. You never have to dive in for anything, but eternally bad. What's going on? Appreciate the follow. Wait, what's happening? Oh, okay. I'll give you 1 gold. I think that sounds fair. Yeah. Are you leaving or? Heck yeah, man. About 25 rotations. Rotas. 1 gold. Can't beat it. Should do a video on that. How to. Totally kidding, by the way. Appreciate you. Just do what all Marvel does. Test it on prisoners. Oh man. If only our judicial system was a bit more accurate and, you know, free of corruption, I'd actually, you know, and of course this whole, you know, stop this whole war on drugs thing. And then maybe maybe we'll be, you know, kind of consider something like that. But yeah, I know you're just joking though. I enjoy sit back and blast on Rogue. I do too. I'm secretly hoping that, because like keep in mind, think about it, y'all. Like we're gonna have to talk about D4 right now. So like, but think about it. Like they've been real quiet in the recent. Generally, when they've been real quiet for a long period of time, usually something massive is coming. Obviously, we know Abattoir Zero is massive, but they didn't mention anything else about what's coming along with it. And we're pretty sure, I can bet you that it's gonna be more than just Abattoir Zero that's coming in the patch. There's gonna be quite a bit more. You know, obviously some bug fixes to things that don't affect builds. So we're not talking about like to boss world bug fixing. We're talking about like things that just don't work, that are supposed to work. Those kind of things. Maybe some, you know, buffs to passives in general that just needed to be buffed or whatever. You know, they may not like touch skills per se, like they may not like actual like buff skills in that sense, but they might like look at like passives and like maybe some aspects or something like that. So like there's probably a lot coming. So I think the idea of like, you know how we're making hopefully a season 3 campfire soon. Hey, you never know. No, but like I do think that like we're making all our builds and preps and stuff like that, and they might have a lot of things coming in the patch that might change the way that we will build some of our builds. It could be very possible. I would look forward to that actually. Season 3 is gonna be the zombie season. Oh, Rod. Need a rogue but a hardcore player. Any other builds besides Twisting Blades where Doombringer really stands out? Other content new to bow rugs. I mean Doombringer really works for everything. Rogue. I mean Flurry is really nice actually with Doombringer. Very nice actually. You can You know, especially if you want to play melee or whatever like that, and you don't like Twisting Blades, there is that option. Bow rogues are good as well. They're a little more complicated to play right now because almost everything is based around close quarters combat except for the rapid fire gun on Maxroll, which is a more chill, laid back version. But Riptide got a Doombringer. Riptide with the Doombringer. I'm excited for you. I mean, I know I didn't get it, but I'm excited for you getting it. It's season 3, Season of the Beast.
You don't want that.
I guarantee we're gonna have dinosaurs next season. Season of the Prehistoric. It's just gonna be dinosaurs. Oh, he already has one? Wait, Vita already has a Doombringer? I thought, yeah, sorry. I thought that was a drop that you're looking for. I guess it's not nearly as exciting since you already got one, but what's left at the vampires? I told you, man. Season of the Prehistoric, man. We're fighting dinosaurs next season, and we're gonna have a power where we can just legit turn into like a T-Rex and just like maul people for like 30 seconds or whatever. Like a 10-second cooldown. Watch. Think I'm playing. Won't happen. Imagine if you can wield multiple Doombringers. Nah, we figure it. That's like angels and demons. Drew it with new T-Rex ultimate. But yeah, Rip, just let me know when you're like done. I'll try to see if I can get Phantom in here. Phantom, are you there still? And then I think Webba was after. We'll probably use the Stream Elements like queue system. So bad at like not doing queues, but I also like don't like. I'm gonna give you 2 gold for this. Not as good as the offer. Not as good as the offer, but like, just I guess give you a tip. I thought 1 goal was. Acid Games, what's going on, man? World Boss and Beffy. Ah, okay. Sorry, Phantom. All right, Wubba. It's 100% tip. That is 100% tip. That's true. Bubba, give me your VNet tag. Ruining the I'm setting the standards high, right? Danger. Setting that standard real high. Yeah, but like, I don't know, man. I was trading with Dockside. He gave me 100% tip for my mats.
Acid Games _TV raided my stream with 17 views.
Appreciate you. We're well, initially I was just running some T100s on my Flurry Rogue a bit, and then I took a break to do some Durials, and that's kind of what we're currently doing now. Kind of really it for the fight for the time being. No luck today, but let me get this guy in. There we go, Bubba. And then after this, I'll probably do a couple of more Nightmare Dungeon stuff. I'm on Rapid Fire Rogue for a bit. You're all getting worked by Duriel. I call, like, what was I saying earlier in my chat? I call Duriels like, you know, like doing Duriel runs is like basically operating like a barbershop stream, right? Like there's nothing interesting really going on, you know, during these Duriel runs. It's just, you know, and so like when you're doing Duriel runs, you have to have interesting conversation to talk about for the most part. You have to be prepared to entertain your chat, because obviously the Duriel runs are not entertaining unless someone drops something, right? It's like it's entertaining when someone gets a double drop, right? But yeah, appreciate you sending your people over. We're just, like I said, chilling. Talked about a wide variety of topics. Wait, how do you do that, Danger? How do you add like something to the emote itself? You appear to talk to Lucretia. If Lucretia walks in. You can custom report. Ah, okay. Yeah, 3 Uber drops in your Duriel runs. Rats, for sure. I mean, there's so few it's so few far in between for me. So like, I almost just like never expect it to happen usually. But I'll get happy for those it drops for though. I'm coming now. It's a point redeem. Ah, okay, I see. I'm like, how did that drop again? I just ran out of room. So the hand fire, the thug him up. Yeah, it just seemed like a good spot to send everyone and chill out until you fall asleep. All good, man. Well, I appreciate you. You have a good one. Actually, I don't know. Did we give you a shout out? I wasn't sure of any of the mods. I don't think I have any mods on right now. There we go. Yeah, I didn't do the shout out. There we go. And that's the games with the gifted. So appreciate you, man. So I made adjustments to the board to find more survivability with pinch shot and loss of about 30% damage. As long as it's additive, it's okay. Like, I think especially since, you know, if you got like a decent win force, you're gonna be like overkilling anyway, more often than not. Speaking of which, I had the I was in Rax's chat earlier today for like a very short period of time. Like I happened just to hop on and like was like, Rax is streaming. You know, let me see what he's doing, what he's playing, and like legit, I come in the moment that they were talking about wind force and pin shot rapid fire or whatever, and I had to kind of like clear some misconceptions on the wind force. Does Ubers look different than normal uniques? Nope. Although I think that's something I think they should really change in the future. Because it's like it'd be nice to know, because like not every unique is an Uber unique, right? And then, like, you know, unless you've been playing for a while, you kind of know what's been added and what's considered Uber unique. But like the average player generally may not know that. So I think if it was like a slightly different color or it has like a different border or something, I think it'd be nice. I think most of it unique you can't transmog. That's fair. But I mean I don't think, I guess when I think about it, for like let's say like a casual player, they're not gonna, you know, it'd be kind of weird to kind of like to know whether it's Uber unique or not is to try to go to the closet and try to transmog it and be like, oh, that's not an Uber unique, or oh, this is an Uber unique. You know what I'm saying? Like if someone just wants to know, like that's like one of the worst possible ways to figure out. You see what I'm saying? I would love, I think it'd be nice to, it'd be just a decent quality of life if it just had like a different border or, you know, a different shine or something that makes it obvious that this is like ultra rare. Phoenix in general could use more visual effects. I agree. You could do the world boss in tier 1. What level are you? You got a double drop sword and ring, so you wait, what class are you? What'd you get? What'd you get? Doombringer, nice. So that's 2 people in the game that's gotten it.
Need something special.
Congrats, man. Very nice. Game is teasing me. Everybody around me getting the Doombringer. I mean, I'm happy that people who don't have it get it, right? I mean, I want one, but you know, we'll kind of see what happens there. Did I reset the dungeon? I did already. Okay. $50, I could probably do capstone, just haven't. Oh, well then yeah, do the world boss. My bad. I didn't reset. You're sweating. We get it yesterday. So many Helm Draftsmen. The Shaco. Oh no, he was talking about hardcore. He was talking about doing a hardcore on like his sort of fresh character. Oh, I'm missing a whatchamacallit. No, I just need to call it. Actually, I wonder why is it off? Only I'm able to put all this in. I'll fix it later. I only need one. Using God Slayers at the moment for a druid. I was actually using God Slayers a little bit on my sorcerer, my Frozen North sorcerer, because it kind of made sense there. Who are we missing? Wow, the one bonk. First. Just so jellyfish. There. We tap world boss real quick. I mean, we got 49 seconds. I don't think we'll make it if there's at least a ball lightning sword. Okay, hold up barb there. So I'd say never mind. But I'm just now seeing the message, so it's probably my fault. Wait. AP to you. Guess we're going to World Boss. Still alive? I literally just made it. Look at all the lightning balls. Look at that. That is. I legit just barely made that. Be back later. You got work to do. All good, man. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
My dash. You didn't make it. Hit 34. I'm like, that's actually pretty decent stats, and didn't look at the Atom Power level.
Would you like something appraised?
You guys there waiting on me? Coming. Told Woody you was gonna do runs with you today. now you get to tell him that you got a Doombringer out of it. Did I miss? Oh, I missed the Melinda Heart. It'll get mailed to me probably. Pretty sure. Must be nice. Nah, totally happy for him, man. Like that's a huge deal. I'm gonna keep this bit as a backup. Palatina's finest. Appreciate the follow. I had to like do a double check on that name because like when I see Palatina, I immediately think Smash Brothers. Yeah, the character. All right, Phantom, you have a good one. Captain Squirty Nips. I just want to say that name out loud.
Brutal. I like it.
He's gonna find Find him with nuts in his neck. That sounds awful. You knew rolling a necro would change it like a bit. I don't know if she's doing anything. Oh, the one time I could have actually did something. I literally just sat back because usually I don't even get a shot in with the 2 barbs, but this time none of the bars got the big bonk that time. So I actually could have actually did something. First hardcore world boss, 3 people die and it took 7 minutes. Oh man. Probably more exciting than like normal world boss fights, right? Not that the fact that those guys died, obviously awful for them, but makes for a good story and an epic fight. I'm still kind of hungry. I kind of want a snack. Okay, 3:30 a.m. snack. Your 7th melted heart. Seventh rip. If you use Andes in the pin shot build, should I also use X-Falls? I don't think Andes procs X-Falls. So no. Yo, it's a sword. It's a sword. It's a sword. We done did it. We got the sword. What? I legit did not think this this was gonna happen at all whatsoever. We got the Doombringer. That's nuts. What am I gonna do with all this damage reduction now? I'm so used to like being like glass. Yeah, 3 people. Well, yeah. Well, Riptide already had it. He just got another one. And then Perp got one, and I got one. This was definitely the Night of the Doombringers. And these for the LOLs. I kind of want to do the puncture build that Exaria was doing with Andes. It actually seems like that's actually pretty cool. I would totally do a build like that with Andes. I kind of want to do a Heart Seeker basic attack build, but I just don't like puncture does decent damage. Heart Seeker on paper should be okay, but eh. Yeah, told you I'd make a good prize. I'll we'll keep going. I don't want to just drop out just because I got my item. So we'll keep going for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna have so much toughness. Like I'm not gonna know what to really do with it. I think now I have to get. Let me see if I check my planner for the uber unique stuff. I think I have to get rid of rapid. I can either get rid of rapid or I can get rid of aspect of elements. One of the two. Edge Master. Well, for rapid fire, yeah. I guess for rapid fire. Corruption's already gone because of Shaco. So I got disobedience in the amulet now. Corruption's already gone. Just to fit this in. I think I like for Barrage it'd be easier because you don't need the Barrage aspect, so you can literally just slot the Doombringer and keep all of the other damage aspects. Yeah, I mean it'll either be a toss up between Edge Master and elements, but I guess elements. I guess it's close. And of course, there's the rapid aspects. I could keep both and just not do rapid. I think rapid is gonna feel pretty like without rapid, everything's gonna feel kind of bad starting off. I mean, ravenous is good, which is already slotted, but you know, like not having rapid at the start, like in between packs, is kind of feels kind of awful. Speaking of which, I kind of forgot to change my vampiric powers. I'm still running. Someone got a double. Yeah, I have to forget to change my vampiric powers. I don't even like remember what they're supposed to be. Hold on. I wasn't running resilience. I don't remember. What was it? What was I doing? Oh, wait a minute. I have Undying. What did I have? I honestly don't remember. Is this bad? I don't think I had resilience just because I was playing pretty far back usually with this. So I guess what I could do is, oh no, I don't have ravenous in there. That's what it is. I was to say, wait a minute. I know I was missing something. I guess what I could do is not worry about hectic. If I do like, could I do Moonrise instead of hectic and then drop rapid, or Doombringer? That's an option. But then I might have to change up my amulet so I can get cooldown reduction. Daywalker, with the sub, appreciate you. Prime, 11 months, almost a year. Almost a year. He's gonna have that year sub bash pretty soon. In case those pants are actually like remotely decent. Someone just got a grandfather runs. They're giving free Ubers right now. Is it a Cyber Monday, Black Friday weekend for Ubers? It's kind of interesting if they're like secretly like buffed, you know, drop rates for the weekend just cause, and like didn't tell anybody. I mean, they wouldn't benefit from not saying anything, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like maybe they can get away with it without red tape from above, right? And be like, well, we never announced we were gonna do it. Can't get in trouble if you announce it. Just accidentally happened. Coding error. It got bugged for the weekend. There you go. It's the way you can put it. Kind of. Yeah. If you guys want to like stop with the runs, you can. It's up to y'all. I just didn't want to like get my Doombringer and then like just dip out and be like, all right guys, peace. You guys are working on stuff. A limited time drop rate buff. Congrats on the dude. I know, right? This is gonna be like pretty big toughness increase. I'm not even gonna know what to do. I guess for the current content, obviously, it would be hella necessary for Abattoir Azure, but everyone gotta have a Shaco at least for AoZ. Interestingly enough, I'd find the shit. I don't know. Well, yeah. I guess. Yeah. So low rolls. Gotta throw a disobedience on the other amulet I got. That's cool on it, and then I could probably do Moonrise instead of Rapid. So I can keep the aspect of elements and Edge Master. At least with Moonrise, it's gonna be that way for. Yeah, I got 10-second uptime on it. Ow. Oh, I knew Forest. I don't know. Yeah, I got a hit in. Need to set. You said you said you would drop elements. Elements is, if you play around it, elements is actually really good. Yeah, it's hard. I guess it just depends on like what my cooldown needs are. Cause like I think I can drop Hectic for Moonrise, and then I can then drop Rapid. Because then I won't be missing the attack speed as long as I'm like doing something every 10 seconds or not dropping my attack speed every, in between 10 seconds, which shouldn't be a problem in most runs. So I'd rather lose the Hectic cooldown versus the elements per se, or Edge Master. We'll see though. I'm not like. But then again, what that might actually have me do is I might actually go with more of a triple imbuement thing on rapid fire anyways, possibly. If that's the case, I really wouldn't care for Hectic anyway. For AoZ, that is. Kind of feel like Smoke Grenade might have a little less value. Depending. Especially considering that, probably they'll become unstoppable like relatively quickly. AoZ boss would be just the same. Pants and helmet, double drop, rip. Where'd you get it? You got a God Slayer. Is that what it is? Yeah. AoZ boss would be, yeah. It's, yeah. I think so. At least from what the rumors suggest. But bosses take considerably longer to kill than before. So like things like poison TB is going to really shine there. Rapid fire is going to also shine like really well in that scenario. So like whatever you don't do as well throughout the dungeon or whatever like that, in terms of progress, you can definitely make it up on the boss if you have a really killer single target. The 15 runs in Notobots. Alright. Anybody else want to get in on these runs? I know we got three. We got three. I already got my Doombringer and whatnot. So, but if anyone wants to join and play for a little bit, we can. You want to see Endario again or the Ammo boss? Who's allowed to join? Japanese players. You have to prove that you're Japanese and then you can play. I don't make the rules. That's just how it was. That's how it was when I was doing these. Just messing with your robbery. If you want to play, you can play. You're good enough. What's your VNet? Blue Eye Samurai? Yes, I have. Buy it where you get it for it. Yeah, all good. I think Robbie's getting his BNet ID. This is one of the few tracks that Eminem was like a guest artist on. That he did not like straight up just body the original artist. Like Lil Wayne made sure that is oh, you on level 51 though? Am I using rapid fire pin shot? This is rapid fire for now. I'm just oh yeah, he does. No, yeah, I'm not saying that Eminem's verse is bad by any means. It's Eminem is just so good that we're just accustomed to him bodying everyone that he's on the track with. So that to have a track that he just doesn't absolutely body the original audience is a testament to Lil Wayne's ability, and not saying that, Eminem didn't, you know what I mean? Lil Wayne admitted he had to rewrite his verse after hearing it. Well, yeah, of course. Busta Rhymes did that several times too when when they were in a track together. Am I using this build for Abattoir Azure? Yes, I plan on it. We'll get Robbery in since he was the first to ask. Set your request. Just port to us. What's health now with Doom? I haven't put it on yet because I have to move stuff around to put it on, so I haven't like put it on yet. But yeah, I will be taking Rapid Fire into Abattoir Azure. I think Rapid Fire is going to do relative to other rogue builds. I think Rapid Fire is going to do well. Well, low GPA is your name. Like Rapid Fire right now is kind of like you can't really play Rapid Fire at its full potential right now in the current state of the game. Stuff doesn't last long enough to get the ricochets to properly happen. The stuff is usually dying by the second or third arrow, and you have 28 of them, so it's kind of like, you know, you don't really get the ricochet or whatever, and you can still clear pretty well in you know, Nightmare Dungeons or whatever. So it's kind of like, imagine things that actually doesn't die in the second, third arrow. They die in like the 16th arrow instead. Then you're getting most of those to ricochet with a 90% of your weapon. So Rapid Fire is going to scale with more health because of that in general. So Rapid Fire is going to like that, and it's going to show that it's a little more effective than people may think in terms of clearing. It's the build for Maxroll. Now, I finagled some stuff just for Duriel. I didn't feel like relying on Shadow Step or Dash for the close quarters combat thing, so I just put in Blaze Shift. And another imbuement just because, well, Smoke Grenade isn't going to do anything. But the premises of the build is the same. Like the Paragon board, where I put my skill points or whatever, it's all the same. I'll only come run if Grandpapa draws first run. Imagine. you got some high standards. Dang Kitty, what's going on? I thought I speed him. He didn't body tech now, or Chris. Yeah, but I will say I enjoyed M's verse the most on speed him. But you're right. You're right. I thought M's verse was probably the most creative, but content-wise, you're right. The other two actually held their own. Yeah, prepping for abattoir. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to do currently. I need to actually make my planners and stuff so I can actually have that on Maxroll pretty soon. Some of the other Maxroll boys have already kind of like started doing their stuff. Also, we have an updated leveling and end-game guide template too that I need to convert my guides over for. So I got a lot of work to do this week. Like a lot. Like every day, I need to be doing something with at least one guide, and that's gonna take like several hours to do per guide. If I include the abattoirs of Zier prep too, so is Abattoir of Zier seasonal content? Yeah. When am I gonna review it? Did you send me your planner? I remember I was talking about it, but did you actually send it already? You probably did. Okay. No, but it's different now. Can you send me a new one? I like ideas and planners that don't necessarily involve, cheap shot. I don't know if you're still going with that for it, but I have my TB Rogue ready for Avatar, but I never made a range build. You like rapid fire more than pin shot? I do. Honestly, I do. I just feel like rapid fire can do a lot of the same things that pin shot can do in the current content. In Abattoir Zero, of course, when things have a lot more health, pin shot would make more sense if you're gathering things, right? It's hard to say how things are gonna function, or I guess how much damage per arrow can I get away with on, let's say, just rapid fire to where I don't need the AoE potential pin shot, but we'll see. I like them both. Don't get me wrong. It's just like, it's just one of those things where I prefer to kind of like build around one core skill instead of two. Same thing with like Flurry rapid fire. Like I think that's a good build, but I just don't. I'm not a fan of two core skills usually. And if I can avoid it, I'll try. I'd rather just kind of force one skill to do it all. Even if there are like weaknesses. Look like a lot of fun. Hopefully it gets moved to S tier. I mean, I've been talking about it. Like I've been mentioning it, saying that it definitely deserves to be an S tier. But I mean, it's in high A tier now, and I think after Abattoir Zero comes out, it's not gonna really matter. At that point, it's gonna be that tier list that matters. So I'm not really too concerned about like pressing the thing and to get into S tier. I think the idea is the fact that it's like, oh, it's such a single target skill, but it's like it clears really well. If you line up your shots, it really does. But it's hard to like convince like the whole body of people if they haven't like seen it or played the setup. But I did do like a couple of clips though, so to kind of show them. Yeah, I play other games other than Diablo 4, so rich ones. I like fighting games generally. Right now I just been doing some fighting games. I still play Smash Ultimate quite a bit. In fact, I played Smash Ultimate a little bit earlier today. But that I want to start playing some Street Fighter 6. I haven't had a chance to get around to play that. Some Mortal Kombat 1, those kind of things. I don't have time to like get into like any long term or long form games right now, just because Diablo 4 is already such a grind that like like playing like another action RPG or playing something that requires multiple hours of time just for something good to happen. It's just not. I don't have time for it right now. Like with Smash, I've been playing Smash for so long, like from Melee to Ultimate, that like the fundies are already there. I can just kind of just boot up Smash and just play for like an hour and be like, all right, that was cool. But you guys making a new list builds for AoZ? Yes. So we'll have a new tier list for AoZ or Abattoir Zero as well. So I think that's going to be the one that people care the most about. So roll dodge chance off these boosts for movement speed. We're going, yes. I've been playing a lot of WoW. Yeah, I was smart to not play WoW at the start. It means that like I can never really catch up in WoW, so I kind of missed the experience that everyone else could have gotten. But it was a very smart move on my behalf to not play WoW when it came out. I was a freshman in college. It came out. Freshman or sophomore? I think it was a freshman in college when it came out. And not playing WoW when it came out was the smartest thing I did. That was that was my pinnacle of like, of like decision making was that. Because all like most of my friends who play WoW, who were also in college, like just dropped out. So, but WoW was also a very time-consuming game when it first came out. So it's like, I get gapped in fighting games. I can only do first-person shooters for competitive stuff. I'm kind of like the other way around. (2004) Yeah, 2000. No, sorry, I was a sophomore in college then. That puts me in 1985. Yeah, I'm the opposite. Like I never really got into like first person shooters. Like the only like the last shooter I was like really involved in was like really involved in was like GoldenEye 007 on the N64. Like I played that a ton. But past that point though, like I barely played any. Well, I guess Perfect Dark counts too as well. I didn't really play much shooters outside of that. The only other shooter that is kind of in that same realm, it's not really first person though, like third person roughly, and that's Splatoon. It's like Splatoon is a lot of fun, but it's not really exactly the same thing, but I like it a lot. But yeah, like a traditional first person shooter, I was never really that great with. It's mostly because I could never really get used to like the WASD movement. I don't know what it is. But I never just sat down and just tried to learn to be smooth with WASD at all. No, I wasn't a sophomore in 1985. No, I was a sophomore in 2004. But I was born in 1985. I was 19 years old when WoW came out, is what I was saying. So, and I said that was a smart decision. I didn't play WoW because I would have definitely dropped out of school. Let's go get me some fighting. This is immense. I expect the players, dude. Fighting games is one of those. Yeah. But but like most of my childhood though was like StarCraft and Warcraft. I was more of an RTS gamer in terms of seriousness. I actually started playing StarCraft on the 64. Don't ask me why I rented that from Blockbuster. And yes, I'm like showing my age now for those who don't know. But yeah, I started with StarCraft on 64. This is the craziest thing ever. That was like my first Blizzard game. and got hooked on it on the 64. Like it was so hard to use. I play StarCraft on it and the 64 controller. It was I look back at it now, I'm like, how in the hell did we do this? Back then. But nah, but I ended up getting the PC version, and of course, you know, it was much better on PC, and then kind of got mostly serious, but it was too late for me to like be like ultra competitive, because you know I got onto the PC version really late. But Warcraft 3 came out, and like that was my childhood game. I played a lot of that. I was like a semi-pro there, I guess, kind of. Like I would do you know, like local online tournaments and stuff like that, but nothing bigger than that. Like, I didn't get signed or anything. But when StarCraft 2 came out, I did get signed. I was a pro player for a short period of time before realizing that this is not sustainable with the current amount of Korean players playing the game. And so I just kind of backed out shortly after. I say shortly after, but definitely like what, maybe like a 4 or 5 month stint that I played StarCraft 2 professionally. After I had my shoutcasting match with versus TL Bomber, which at the time was the third best Korean player, or the third best Terran player in the world. And he just dismantled me. I mean, it wasn't even close. Like, like it felt like we were playing two different games. And like, you know, like the Koreans are just way better, but like you don't know until you get just absolutely just mollywopped, like by one in person, like it, like in an actual, like, you know, 1v1 person match. And that was kind of my way of knowing. I'm like, yeah, this ain't, we're not. There's no way I can actually have a career in it. Like, ain't no way. So dropped that, played Diablo 3, and been playing Diablo since, for the most part, outside of like some fighting games like Smash or whatever. I did play Smash Ultimate a little more seriously than the previous Smash games. I was a PGR player for a very short period of time as well, like local PGR, not like, not, you know, international PGR or anything. But once COVID hit, I just didn't do the online era. Didn't want to. The GoldenEye was a classic. I had the best memories of playing Slap. Dude, I love, man, that was so much fun. Dude, that was so much. GoldenEye was, you look back at it and like GoldenEye's gameplay was sometimes just so buggy, but it was so much fun. At the time, you didn't really realize like how buggy some things were until Perfect Dark came out. And Perfect Dark was definitely the better game, but didn't get nearly the acclaim that GoldenEye did, of course. Okay, did I play in Smash? I'm a Wolf main, Wolf and Mario basically, and I play like Dr. Mario and Mii Brawler, Mii Sword Fighter, Falco and Fox on the side, and Greninja. But if I'm talking about tournament play, it's gonna be Wolf and Mario. I used to sometimes stream Smash, like every now and then. Alright guys, this be the last run for me.
Come back if you need anything else.
Hopefully everyone gets grandfathers and Doombringers and Shakos and all that. But yeah, Slaps Only was actually a lot of fun too, though. Me and my brother were like really good at that game, relative to the competition locally. Obviously, you can never know how good you are, like in general, outside of like your neighborhood area or whatever, right? But yeah, it was fun. Command and Conquer Rail Alert. I never got into any of those. Sadly enough. Just shows your age. Dude, I'm gonna be 39 soon. I'm gonna be 39 in February. How nuts is that? Looking almost 40 years old. Did everybody get grandfathers? What's your birthday? February 5th. Are you one of those people who holds Nintendo's 64 controller upside down, or are you a normal person? Bro, I remember. So speaking of the controller, I remember when they first. GG's y'all. Appreciate the runs. Got the grandfather night. You guys at least got some upgrades if you didn't get any Uber Uniques. But nah. So about the controller, right? Fellow Aquarius, yes. Fellow Aquarius. I remember when it first came out. At least the demo. They had like a 64 demo or whatever like that, and like the TV wasn't working or whatever. The monitor wasn't working, but they had the controller like there, and like I remember going to Blockbuster and I touched the controller. I'm like, look, I'm like, bro, I'm touching N64 controller. This is nut. And of course, this was the first time we ever had analog stick. So like, the idea of having an analog stick where you can actually do 3D movement was like unheard of until then, you know, in a mass market then. And I was so just intrigued by the fact that I was touching a freaking N64 controller. It's funny because like you look at the design of it and people think it now is weird, but I kind of like the whole like Z button being on the back. It was actually kind of cool. But yeah. Although the C buttons kind of leave a little bit to be desired, but kind of like the controller, like the controllers are like ergonomics or whatever. And then the controller feeling like 40 pounds more when you throw in the rumble pack. Remember that? Like, and it just completely just threw off the weight of the controller. But you got used to it. Who was that? Elmelm, appreciate the follow. Gamarian, what's up, YouTube? I working hit. The Rapid Fire kicking because I'm not a fan of System Blaze. Rapid Fire does well. Does good. 64 is innovative. Yeah, it really was. It really was. And then they came out with the GameCube. And we won't talk about that. But guys, appreciate the runs. I'm gonna actually I thought about actually putting my stuff together right now, but I think we're gonna save that for tomorrow. So I can stretch content. We'll throw on the Doom. I have yet to use Rapid Fire and with the Shaco in a actual dungeon environment yet. And now that I got a Doombringer, I haven't used Doombringer either. So like tomorrow's gonna be a fun day. Kind of like just do it all at once. Be like, now that I got these two Uber Uniques, how's it really gonna feel now? So you guys are gonna get to see my impression, my first time doing it impression while you guys are watching for the first time. So I think I'm gonna actually head out for the evening. Find someone to raid. But yeah, good stuff though. I mean, I got the. I can't believe I got the Doombringer to drop. That is, to me, that is nuts. It looks like my Durio stuff is. I'll do Durios with the chat, stuff like that. But like my finds for Durio is like now over at the point. At this point, there's nothing else I kind of really want, unless it's like a grandfather for like, you know, a different class, like, you know, my neck rogue, which I will eventually get to a certain point. Appreciate the follow. But why was that quiet? I didn't. For some reason that was. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know why. Yeah, I'll fix that. Let me fix something real quick. OBS stuff. Make sure advanced audio properties, alerts. Okay, now we're good. Hydrate. Yeah, thanks for streaming. Yeah, man. Usually, so just for a reference for those for people, I am on every night, and usually, so roughly around between 9 and 9:30 p.m. usually each night, except for Thursday and Sundays. I start a little bit later, like 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, simply just because I want to give myself a little bit of a break before starting on those 2 days, so I can get other stuff done and not, you know, feel burnt out or get burnt out or anything for, you know, the streaming back to back, because it seems pretty simple to just kind of boot up your game and just play and to your audience, but it's a lot more than that. It's a lot more straining than that. It just doesn't appear that way. I remember when I try to do dual stream sometimes, like I would do like a day stream and night stream back in like December, January-ish, roughly. Like as soon as I got off from work, I'd do like a day stream and then take like a 4-hour break and do a night stream. And like man, that was hard. That was extremely difficult. But this is me trying to reach a different audience and keep growing or whatever. So don't think I'll ever do that again. But yeah. All right. Anyhow, we're gonna go to Sail Kittens tonight. She's streaming Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, but she's an amazing personality. She can kind of make anything she plays or touches or whatever very entertaining. So, let's see. I power on weapons. You don't use matter for barb. Like, how well was that tested? To be honest with you, I have no idea. I honestly do not know the answer to that. I wish I could tell you, but I don't know the answer to that. I can ask for next stream though. I can ask some of our barb Maxroll peoples. But anyhow, you have a good one. Tomorrow we'll be back to normal schedule, so roughly around 9:30 tomorrow. We will put together the Doombringer and together with the Shaco, and we're gonna, you know, ram some T100s on the rapid fire and things. So appreciate y'all, and as always, till next time.